も負けも次のスタートライン Oh, here we go. Oh, let's go. あの夢に届かなきゃまるで見てないことと同じだから仲間と共に合唱で笑顔と涙いつだって背中合わせさ挑む心ブラウンにスターリフォース溢れ出してるブラウンにスターリフォース何度でも立ち上がれ Together forever 未踏の空このフロンティア夢は広がり続けてるその足で踏みしめていくよ高鳴り始めることをきらめく自分探しの地平今こそ決まってこう新しい時代へと強くバックコースを飛び出せば追走中追いかけて全力と全力がぶつかる瞳筋書きの通りには行かないそこなの向こう側まだまだ大逆転狙うなら虎視眈々追い詰めてそれぞれの今までをほら超えてけ伝説が生まれるさもっともっともっともっと未来へ挑む心がニュースタイル溢れ
Actually, I guess while I'm here, it really doesn't matter. I'm just marking it in the background. I think, yeah, I don't know why the sub is Indonesian. I just took the video, so I couldn't find a clean version, but I thought this video was good enough. So, good morning, guys. How y'all doing? Yeah, I have to, I gotta mark the tier list again because it seems like the original tier list got updated. So I had to remake the whole thing. Which is a little not fun. But that's okay. I thought this would be a better home screen than just having the game on the side anyway. So more Boris. More Noel. What time is it for me right now? It's 11 in the morning. I got home yesterday at around 6:30 from work, and I went to bed and I woke up at about 8:30 today. So I had a really long sleep. Saturday work, yeah, unfortunately. Work every Saturday. What was I doing? Oh yeah. I also need to go back into the program that I use for the overlay. Forget what it was called though. Should have made a shortcut for it. Yeah. Maybe if I go into settings, I can find it. Yeah, but right now I'm just marking the tier list for preferred racing styles. I think what I might do is honestly delay a little bit so that anyone on the west side of the US can wake up a little bit, so they don't miss the team trials explanation. So I might delay like a couple hours, and instead we can just do normal gameplays. I can use my borrows too for the first few hours and go from there, just in case anyone wants to pop in and ask specific questions while I'm doing it. There it is. Social stream. Got it. I need to make a shortcut for that. It's going up, Lewis. Going up, Lewis. Wow, that was... what a fucking... What's going on, Lewis? Fucking hell. Still early. Haven't had that coffee yet. Well, I guess I am having the coffee. How do I get rid of this window? If I just zoom out. Oh, perfect. And I can move these. Going over the TT build with free-to-play cards in mind, SR card options. So what I'm going to do, which is what I had originally planned, was go over the optimal, so the best that you can pick, and then yeah, I'll go over a more budget option. Assuming most players have access to at least 3LB Kito-san Black. It'll probably look fairly similar, just without the general SSR cards that you'll see most of the times, like Kawakami and such. Stuff that's basically used for min-maxing and such. I mean, double pal's okay if you have strong... Honestly, if you have strong enough SRs around double pal, it could probably still work. But I think it's a playstyle switch that makes it difficult. Because, I mean, obviously, it's, like, completely different from how you would normally play. I think the biggest question that gets asked is, how are you supposed to divide out 10 recreations when in reality it's not that hard? I feel like there's only been, like, a handful of runs where I have to recreation the very last section. I don't think it's like massively difficult. I think most people can pull it off. It's just a matter of getting used to it. And of course, people don't play nearly as much as someone like I would. so I've had a long time to get used to it. Hello, Swagger Boy YOLO. Nice name. Tanked your rating by 900. That's true. But it's weird because, I mean, on a high roll, if you have enough time to play, you can high roll hard enough to beat other decks too. But maybe when you're building up, probably the recommendation is to use not double pal until you've reached the rating requirement to get to a point where you have patters to farm. That would probably be a little better. Sort of like what Coco does. Because I think Coco has very few true double pals on his team. If I recall correctly. Double pal needs both pal at MLB? Not necessarily. You could do it earlier, but right now we're discussing more so the viability when you're at a lower team rating. Because getting higher rating with double pal is going to be a little bit harder. You can't add, say, like wit. You would probably sacrifice a wit card for double pal out of most things. Or you sacrifice this. Actually, yeah, no, because normally you'd probably run 2 speed, 3 wit. So you'd sacrifice a wit card most likely and go 2-2-2. So really only if your wit cards are strong enough, I'd probably say. Alright, Coco. Yeah, you really only need 2LB to try it, but I think the hard part with double pal is getting to 232k rating plus, especially as someone new to the concept. Play for team rating until you can farm someone. Yeah, for the most part. Generally with the way you build team trials, you can get team rating up pretty fast. When you're running 2 speed and 3 wit, you can do it pretty fast. If you're almost double capping both stats, power will be pretty high inherently. Yeah, S ranks with double pal is pretty hard, especially if you've got SR cards mostly supporting it. If you don't, I think Biko is probably the strongest card in double pal. So if you don't have like a high LB Biko, it might be very difficult to do it. Or high training effectiveness in general. Yeah, higher the RB, higher the better double pal will do too. Because you'll be doing a lot more races under the best circumstance. Let me get to marking this tier list. Yeah, fine motion Biko definitely probably needed. Which, depending on your luck during the free 100 pulls, it might not be that bad. If you're able to pull like a 2LB Rico from there, and you already have a Tazuna, you could try it. I mean, I ran 1LB Tazuna for a while, but obviously 2LB would be better. And then you could borrow Finemo or Biko. Well, hey, if you wait a couple weeks, New Year Rara comes out. She's actually gonna be pretty great. What option do you generally take on New Year scenario? I feel like I'm mostly doing skill points, especially running double pal. Because I feel like most of the time that I get to post hopeful stakes, I'm pretty high energy, and Tazuna recovers me to like 90, and the chance that I have a wit turn after that's pretty high. So most of the time I'm taking SP there, just for more. It depends on the energy level, pretty much. If you're like sub 50% energy probably be better. Need Suzu so bad, yeah. That's your 1 mil ticket right there. Just off banner, bro. Yeah, New Gear Aurora is looking real strong. I'm actually really considering taking Falco out. I don't know. New Year Aurora is gonna be strong for TT, I think. And then let me look at her one more time. But I'm pretty sure the last time I looked at it, I was like, man, that's gonna be a good character. Because both of her skills are extremely cheap, if I recall correctly. And they're not hard to proc. And of course you don't need a dirt spark either. Wow, she has a scaling unique. That's pretty fucking cool. Actually, that might be post rework, maybe. Maybe that's just how it is in JP. It says it in global too. That's pretty interesting. So, yeah, less consistent for Taiki. Yeah, that is kind of the downside. No front with a pace chaser that needs a front most of the time is kind of sus. Like Creek or Tachyon without a front. But Creek works fine without a front, so it might be worth trying. Urara would probably be running late though, out of most things, because I think yeah, Hard Worker comes off of late, which is a 140 cost SP gold. So you'd probably want to run her late. That's kind of what her whole kit's built around anyway. At that point, you'd probably move digital to end closer then. So I think the pick would be between Taiki and Falco at that point. Yeah, when you have a flooded pace race, it can be really painful to get Super Creek to proc. Low pow Taiki? Yeah. I think my Taiki is just built normally right now. She does fine. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was marking this thing. I think the only downside of this tier list now that I got updated is it's kind of just like, it's not the character like pictures anymore. It's just the fucking, like, it's just the character, and I feel like it makes it a little bit worse for marking. I'll have to make like my own or something. Maybe I could just take like a little bit of time. What's it called? Go into Adobe Express and make my own. That way I don't have to wait. This does look a little finicky. The rankings did change a little bit since the last time I made it though, so I guess it was a good thing. I feel like my F Wonder's been pretty good at proccing. in like every race. But maybe that's just how Wonky's team is made up. No, I think that is right. My old tier list, I have vodka over Fuji, but I'd probably put Fuji over vodka now. I feel like her skill access is just too good. I put Gold City or Festival City in like the top of Mile Bulk. I don't know if that sounds right, but when I was looking at it, it looks like that'd probably be a pretty decent spot for her. And then I put Dober right behind her. I don't think Dober would do too well in medium as much as she would do well in mile. Just based off of her kit. I mean, she has no gold recubs inherently. So I'm not 100% about running her anywhere else. She is really strong though. Also the way that her growths are, she would be pretty strong for mile. I mean, you could probably cap out both stats if you really want to. Yeah, I don't know what it is about vodka's unique, but sometimes she just doesn't get it. I also bumped Bourbon down one spot. I put Tachyon above Bourbon, which I feel like that would be fitting. Most of the player base has access to Tachyon anyway. I also moved Asian Flash up. My perception of Asian Flash really went up after I used her for a bit. I mean, she's just the late surger version of Bourbon, but she also has a fast learner event chance. Where are the new tier lists? I'm marking it right now. Coco, would you say Daiwa would be a better front or pace chaser for medium? I don't know if she gets far enough to get her unique off. I mean, maybe I would want to say like front for mile, but for medium it's a little, I don't know. I'll probably say front though. But you do have to get her a blue recovery from somewhere, most likely. Or you could just go heavy stamina sparks, I guess. I mean, her unique is so strong that it probably carries her if she's low power. That's probably right. I have Fuku armor like kind of the middle. I don't know if I should move that up, but I feel like for the general player it's gonna be very middle, because I mean the average player is not fighting Wonky or a patter. But since she has access to clairvoyance easily, I'm not sure. What does she run? She run late surger. Do you have a team in mind for ZM9? It's literally just my Team Trials team. And Yuji Taiki's coming back. That's all it is. I mean, see, CM9 being a sprint CM is just kind of, I don't know. I heard from Charles that it's literally there's like almost no way to even make recommendations for it. It's just get skills, get sprint S, and pray. Sprintium seems to be mostly a slop joke. I probably wouldn't if I hadn't already had like a crazy team just off of team trials. I probably wouldn't put that much effort into Sprintium. It just looks like a fucking lottery. So if you don't perform that well in CM9, I wouldn't worry about it. Top tier at least long. Does she have a long recovery? I heard Turf S for sprint is much better than sprint S. Well, that's awesome. Because my Taiki has my Taiki has Turf S, so that's good. Yeah, I think my actually that would make sense because I ran a few rooms and my both my Taiki and my super sprinter air groove with all the gold skills, they were like dominating out of the 3 races I ran. I don't think I was running against like strong competition, but it was just like middle of the road aces from VF Cord. And I forgot how tedious it was to like mark this whole thing. You already know Tosin Jordan and Kawakami Princess are the fucking very bottom of medium though. I also I bumped Gold Ship in the meta for long. I feel like she's too good. I mean, you hit the unique like literally every time. Seiyun's so close to me though. I feel like she's a good 4th. And then Halloween Rice Shower is probably the best 5th option. And then I have Christmas Ogre. So probably the big question that people are gonna ask for Christmas Ogre. I have her in 6th. Rolling pressure is pretty cheap most of the time. Oh, okay. I guess you could be using Rice Shower for long, so it probably wouldn't be that bad. She is late. Oh, that's cool. I see. I put Christmas Biwa right behind Maya for long. Her kit actually doesn't look that bad. I have her above Rice Shower. And her unique seems pretty easy to proc. I don't think she'll be all that bad. Not as good as Ogre, but she's close. She's not like dead. So if anyone pulled her during Christmas Ogre, it's not like terrible. But I would assume that most people have Gold Ship and Healer Grass anyway, so she probably would be dead. Unfortunately. So hard to make fucking straight lines. Gosh. I should probably put Maya lower, but I mean she just has like that fast learner shit's just too good. I wanted to put Cafe higher because I know probably a bunch of people have her. But I just really don't think she's that great for team trials. I mean, a 30% stamina growth and nothing else is like that's kind of crippling. I also bumped Taishan down. I don't really like her for team trials, if I'm gonna be honest. So expensive. So very expensive. Festival Rudolph is pretty low too. I mean, realistically, you can make everyone work though. Hello, Blue Rose. Good. Oops. Wrong I was marking there. Is it hard to make Fantasy Owl late surger? No. I don't know if I should put that as another option. But I tried Narita Bryan. I have her. And she, I mean, Beeline Burst in 8 is pretty nice. But I mean, the medium competition is just so strong. I feel like trying to break into medium meta and long meta is like nearly impossible. Oh, Jesse, time to support small Twitch streamers. Thank you. My Twitch viewership is gonna be way lower. I mean, eventually I would like to have most of my live stream audience over there because I feel like it's a little bit more interactive with the way Twitch is set up, but oh, Namzi. People wave. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like having like the global emotes and all that stuff. I feel like would be a lot nicer. It makes it feel a little bit more lively. I did get the overlay to work at least though. So now YouTube chat can see Twitch chat, so that's cool. No one's gonna think I'm talking to myself when I respond to Twitch chat. All right. So I think I have this tier list about where I wanted it. But that's I mean, it looks pretty much where I would want it. My double checker for this. But I mean, I think it's pretty pretty close to how it was originally anyway. Oh shit. I just realized my audio, like all the music and shit's not here. Why isn't my audio over here from other things? I feel like it should. Maybe it's just because I fucking copy pasted. That's probably loud. I don't remember what the setting I had it where it was. Is this easy to read on like a full screen? I don't know what it looks like for you guys, but I think this is zoomed in enough. Maybe like that. I do hate that they had updated the thing though. This is what my list looks like right now. I think it's pretty close to what I was envisioning. Go to like 144. Okay, there we go. That fits the whole list. Why are there different color health bars? Those are running styles. So just like in the game, blue means front runner, the green means pace chaser, orange means plate surger, and red means end closer. And then top to bottom is like preferred. But yeah, I'll go over that later once the West Coast wakes up a little bit more. I think this is for the most part accurate to how I feel. Maybe Fuku armor is the only one. Also, I don't. Hold on. Why is Fuku armor not marked? Ugh. Oh lord, it's a little bit too big. Oh no, it's freehand. No, I want straight lines. Late. Save. Oh wait, no, this is the old one. Oh no. How did I even click the old one? Oh. But yeah, to the team trials inclined in here, does this look okay? Getting my double checkers in here. I think I don't know who would be like sus. You think vodka will work in medium due to her having Bofa? I don't like having to rely on Bofa as far as vodka goes, which is why I keep her in Mile. But I mean she could probably work, but there's so many Umas that can run medium well that I feel like she should stay in Mile as far as anything, and her growth is really good for it too. Looks good. Cool. Yeah, there's probably only like minor changes. Maybe like convincing on like some Umas I could move them around, but for the most part, just looking at all the uniques and such, like especially with like the new characters, Kawakami and Tosin Jordan just look so bad. Festival Rudolph also just doesn't look great. I think Festival Gold City is like actually has some pretty serious potential, but I don't know if she beats Vodka. And she has a dead gold slot. That's kind of the one issue for her. But I mean, with her growth, low key, she could. I mean, maybe move her above Air Groove. Yeah, assuming a perfect world, yeah. I'll go over it. when I talk about the tier list, but I was going to mention flex picks, obviously, because I mean Maru can totally be Mile. So this is just, I tried to space them out so you had enough options in all the races, especially since the game is so medium and long heavy. Is it? I'd have to look back at her unique. I was going off of my prior one. Open up Game Tora. I thought it was more like Pace Chaser centered. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. Yeah, because I guess that covers the entirety of late race, not just the final corner. I think the only issue you run into that though is that she loses access to Gormon, which kind of sucks. That's like the whole reason why I even have her in long, is that she has Gorman access. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta throw this banana peel out. Oof. Alright. Yeah, but that's probably what the tier list is gonna look like as far as the Christmas update. So I just wanted to get another set of eyes on that. Let's go ahead and do some pretty derbying. And then right around 1 o'clock. I'll update the title for it too. There we go. Now nobody will be confused. I should go make another coffee though. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna do that too. Let me go do that. I'll be right back. Ooh, okay. Also, I just seen that you were typing in Twitch chat, Justy. Let me answer that. Okay. Also, hello, Miraz. I didn't see you there. I forgot to open up my Twitch chat overlay first of all. Yeah, Mayona has every bar ever. Yeah. And the front's all the way at the bottom because she has to have like a no stopping me esque activation. So she's very inconsistent about that ult. Especially the farther up front she goes. Would gold ship have a late surger bar as well? Just because of the Coast of Clear being uncloser, I wouldn't recommend it. Like almost any of the time. Wow, 200 days, chat. Log in 200 days. Oh my gosh, we're almost at 1400 career too. That's completed careers. Here's me, or tiers like medium ordered by something. Left to right is like from the top to the bottom of preferred. I'm looking at the tier list. How would you build an Uma for medium without inbuilt gold recubs like Grass Daiwa? So you'd probably, ideally, I mean, just so you can keep the normal deck build, you'd probably just run more stamina sparks. You might just have to sacrifice low power for that. I mean, for Daiwa, it's kind of okay because her unique is so strong with the Excel and everything that you could probably just go lower power and more stamina. You could also just hope that you get whites too. I mean, for medium, you're only building for 2000, 2200. Alright, let's do all the daily stuff. How much Sam? So given that Bourbon lives at like 700 and a gold, I mean, you kind of take a Remikinen right now, how we're building. So, I mean, 800 and a gold is enough for long, right? So if we're building mostly for 2000 and lower, or not lower, 2000 and 2200 meter, you'd probably be okay with like 700 and a couple whites, 750 maybe. 800 would probably be the easiest number to aim for. I think you can get 800 relatively easy with Rico and a lot of Sam Sparks. Oh? Oh. That's lame. Would have been funny to just rip a 1 mil on stream. Yeah, but probably like 800 and a couple whites would be ideal. But because obviously you're not gonna. Well, hold on. Didn't fronts just get a good card? This has a front Rico, don't it? Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure front or medium's got a lot of uphills, I would assume. So, I mean, this is a pretty damn good card. You could just run that for team trials. It is expensive though. I guess that's kind of the only issue, you know. Restless is like hella expensive. Only 960. My goat is washed. Look, man. You don't want to know how long I tried to get that 1 mil, man. I mean, now it kind of happens every like 10 tries or so. My team is like slightly more optimized now. Then Rob Roy for grass too. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I think I ran my grass without a gold recup though. Actually no. She probably had swing maestro back then. But yeah, I think that would be a good idea. Borrowing, like swapping borrowing like that. And then probably just cope with like an MLB R Rico if you have to, and not borrow SSR Rico. Let's just use the rest. I want to see. Yeah, maybe we can get one. We got 4 attempts, so maybe. And then after this, I'll probably try and make a parent for my digital that I'm trying to make for CM. Also, I don't know if you guys saw, but I was successful in making long vodka for CM already. Did make a tweet about that. It didn't gain like crazy reception, but I think a fair amount of people saw it. Yeah, losing RB. Wow, 8th place from Grass Wonder. Yeesh. What the helly? Maybe I am washed. Oh, I forgot I need to get the team trial stuff for the challenges. I missed like one event title, and now I don't want to miss another one because those are kind of cool. I guess I could just fight Zeph too. Whoever pops up first. I think my likelihood of hitting 1 mil off Zeph is a lot lower though, because Wonky's like spread out well for getting pause bonus. Yeah. Wow. 167,000 loss. Still 900. Yeah, it is quite funny sometimes looking at the retention line and seeing how far leaderboard is. Neb, are you ladiesman217? I am ladiesman, username ladiesman217. I should switch to the legend 27 now. But my username references. Oh, 1,000 meter of doom right there, bro. Oh my god, she finished 10th. Good lord. And here we have a prime example of why Runaway Suzuka is not good. Oh my goodness. Defeated by Sunfish Ray and friends. Yeah, that's why. That is exactly why. Runaway Suzuka is just so poor sometimes. Alright, we got one more chance. We'll fish for Wonky for a shot. Oh hey, look at that. Twin Turbo will save Runaway. I actually haven't looked at her character at all. I wonder if she is like significantly good. We'll go all in for this. How do you know what players to take on? Oh my goodness, great. Oh, and we had a 201 on sprint. Oh, brother. We're selling Mayano. He must have missed a reco or something. Got any tips to get 3-star sparks? Assuming that you're talking about blues, the way that blue sparks work is you cannot get a 3-star if the stat is below 600. If the stat is 600 to 1100, you have like, what is it? Is that 5% or is that like 3%? I can't remember. Someone can fact check me on that, or like say it. 5%. Okay. So 600 to 1100 is 5%, and then over 1100 is 10%. I do remember that. If you're looking for 3-star blues, you can go all the way up to 1100. But I think the majority of apparent runs are just shooting for 5% and just winning all the G1s that you can. The other threshold's at 1100. According to what I read before. So like this was the last parent run I did. And I just targeted G1s. She did kind of like what the fuck, bro? What is she doing? There's no way. I was so pissed doing this career. I remember she was just straight fucking losing. That shit pissed me off. Yeah, you want to target all the G1s you can, and then get at least 600 so you have the chance. I've been trying to get 3-star speed for Dober and I've been getting cooked. Yeah, I mean it's all just luck at the end of the day. I mean your best chance is 10%, and you have to get the 1 in 5 at the start anyways. So I mean your chance is really 1 out of what is that? 10 times 5. 1 out of 50 if you have 1100. It's tough. It's really tough. Classic Dober and Ryan runs, yeah. Yeah, I've shifted more to going for 2 stars at least. I mean, if the pinks are good enough and the whites are good enough, you can just high roll out of it. In my opinion. URA better for Sparks or Unity Cup? I would argue Unity Cup Sparks are better than URA for sure. Because you're already, think about it, you're already capping speed most of the time on your CM runs. Or ideally you're capping speed just from cards alone. So if you get URA Sparks, the only thing that's useful from it is stamina. If you get Unity Cup Sparks, both of the stats are useful because you're not going to be capping wit, but more wit always helps. You're not going to be capping power, but more power always helps. So it's two stats versus 1 essentially. So Unity Cup will be the better pick most of the time. I mean, unless maybe you're like running a super long race, like a 3200 meter, maybe it'd be nice to have some. Alright, so for digital, what I need to do is I need to get I want to get a Dober parent, but getting her to A in long is a little bit of a pain. And I kind of need the long sparks, so what I might do is just make a Ryan parent for now. So it does suck to miss out on Dober's unique. I don't think I have a good self-Dober parent. What I could do. No, because that wouldn't work either. Maybe I just load a Dober parent with long sparks. So I think I have my own. 3 speed, 3 long. And then probably just load another stamina long spark like that. And then I could just pray that I get a another long spark off of this. Dude, 9 long sparks would be peak. I have like a better one right now. that doesn't help the affinity. Holy shit, yo. Goodness gracious. Oh my god. What the hell? I have a power 3 long. I'll probably just stick with stamina 3. I could probably DB a better one, but let me see how good this is on the affinity scale. There's like a better option. So we are running Ryan. She has a lot of pretty good overalls. I guess she doesn't like Rudolph all that much though. It's only 17. A little annoying. This is like my only decent what's it called? Long parent, so I kind of can't really go anywhere else. Alright, I'm gonna have to win some G1s. Because with this legacy, it's only 132, but there's so many G1s won between the lineages that I'm still double circled. So, hopefully. And then we'll keep all those cards. We'll put Halo in. This should get me to 600s on everything except for guts. We'll be good there. Then I have her for right-handed, Professor Curvature, NA experience. I think I have mostly everything. I probably should, well, Uma stands there, corner is there. And I think there's another Uma stand, yeah. I mean, I could use this parent. I could Chronogenesis really fast and maybe find something better. Let's see. Let's go exploring together. Alright, so go ahead and go for stamina. And then long 3. Let's just look for Umastan and straight spurt in the legacy. That'll be what we look for. See if we can find a good one. Okay, that's a lot. All right. So we got 1 and 1. I don't see any others. 1 and 1. 2 straight spurts, 1 Umastan. One. This one looks pretty promising. Although it's in the legacies and not the main parent. In the GPs, I should say. Two Mustang, 1 straight spurt. And one of my parents does have straightaway spurt on it too. My chance isn't like the worst. This one's pretty nice, having Unity Cup in there too. Oh, here we go. Not bad. I think the only problem with this would probably be a lower affinity. Because I don't think Ryan has a great affinity with gold chip. Well, I mean, I guess it's about the same. It does tank a little bit though. Yeah. But that looks like probably the best So we could either go for this one that has both of each skill and it on the main parent, or we could go to the one that has Unity Cup in the lineage too. Wouldn't hurt. Where was that one? This one. That is quite nice. Watch the rest stream on Twitch if it's available. It will be. No worries there. But I'll see you next time, Yuhar. It does hurt the lineage pretty significantly. It looks like. Maybe not like crazy bad, but still a little bit. I think I will probably take this one though. Having Unity Cup in there is pretty nice, and a 3-star spurt. Main parent, pretty good. Yeah, we'll go with that. And then we will pray. So, yeah, because I think that'll probably end up being better than what we've got here. So let's go ahead and drop somebody. This isn't like one of my big parents, is it? Not really. I mean, it has a late Surger Spark, so. Horsing around. Alright. I just realized I have 2 separate Spotify audios. Why is it like that? Go away. I don't know why it was like that. She doesn't have like... Okay. I mean, I guess I could raise that to medium if I ever needed it. You need a Dober parent? I might. I have a pretty good one though, I think. I think the main issue that I'm going to have is needing an enclosure spark like this. I am gonna have to have an enclosure spark somewhere. I'll probably have to look for one. Unless I make my own. The goal here is to get really lucky and get a long spark on Ryan. That way I can have minimum 7 long sparks on this parent to make it a little bit easier. Because if I do that, then I can get 10 plus the enclosure spark onto Dober. Which I don't know. Does that cap out? Or is it 13 to cap out? Nah, we'll see. I just want to get into a run. We'll see after the fact. We'll just do a parent run real fast. It's like one of my few Ryan runs, if I've ever even ran her. I don't know. I don't recall if I've ever done a Ryan run. This might be my first time. Give me after school stroll. Just right off it. Slipstream's good too. Oh, you know I will. Of course I will. I should get wit to at least 600, so maybe it'll be 2-star wit. We can be a little generous here. Who has better hints? I guess technically she would, because I can still get after school stroll. Or nothing. Or nothing. Oh. Umastan or straightaway spurt, please? Nice. Okay, we will take inside scoop. That was the other skill I need. We'll definitely take that. And this is some nice music. This feels like I just walked into like... Okay, I was going to say it sounded like I walked into a nice hotel, and now it doesn't. Now it doesn't really feel like I walked into a nice hotel. So, something about the recorder that just came in. That would probably be really jarring to hear walking into a 5-star hotel. Good old C418 style. Oh. Man, I can't wait until we have like spark rerolls, so I don't have to do this. Or just more borrows. Just give us more borrows, man. I don't want to have to do this. Let someone else farm for it. They want less effort. Me be lazy. What the hell? I don't think there's anyone that doesn't want spark rerolls early. My god. I wish that or the Tachyon event would show up. I feel like I have so many real nice 2-star blues, but hardly any nice 3-star blues. I just wish that Tachyon event would come. Why? Oh my god, it's Lumasi. Man, I know it's a parent run, so I shouldn't, but I like really want to hit the ramp up hints. Fuck it, I'm definitely hitting it. Yeah. Hell yeah. We maximizing this shit. It feels a little, just like a little silly to do it on a borrowed parent run. But fuck it. I believed. Oh, Umastan. Give me Umastan right now. Ooh, long corners. Very nice. Oh my god! Wow, this is going great. Dude, what a start. We got ramp up, inside scoop, long corners, Umastan, and slipstream already. Holy shit. It was actually crazy parent run. It just started. Yeah, ask for it. Well, I don't need groundwork. Oh, charming. Well, do I really care about charming on a parent? No. Let's take SP. Fuck it. I mean, my friendships are already pretty far ahead anyway. So, for me, I soloed Wit a lot. It is pretty difficult if you don't have time to just redo those runs over and over. It is very time consuming to get a good solo Wit. I mean, Fuku's a good Wit card though. I mean, she can do it. I mean, you kind of have to take Fuku anyway. It would probably just be a lot more difficult. Do you have favorite support cards when making parents? The support cards picked always change, assuming that most of them are. I mean, generally I'm only making parents for CM up until Summer Gold shit comes out. That's gonna be a nightmare. I'm gonna be in like the super mines when that card comes out. Summer Gold ship comes out and you guys won't see me forever. I will just be farming for a godparent. Oh, this is a shame though, because I don't have Mile Sparks. On a front 2 over TTL? That's where I would probably run 2. I mean, I feel like TTL is too good to miss. At that point, you'd probably just be more experimenting. You don't want to stream when you farm? Well, I can. I don't know how much people enjoy watching parent farms all that much. Because I'd be in there for a long time. I mean, Summer Gold Chip's so important that I'm gonna be there like for a millennia. Buy skills early and just hope that she wins everything. I am doing it right now, you are right. Alright, cool. We didn't lose Hopeful. That's good. But yeah, when Summer Gold Ship comes out, we'll be doing a lot of parent farming. I mean, she is the Team Trials parent. Hardest boss being? Yeah, pretty much. Got over the hill. Well, I don't know, because Dober also. Oh lord! All right, please win. Okay. Dober also won. The first G1 plus Hopeful, and then she just started fucking losing. She lost like 4 classic races in that year following it. Not out of the woods yet. She has a mile race where she has placed top 3. That's insane. Oh, she won. Why is she good again? Yeah, it's the forcing a gold skill to reproc. It's just, I mean, it's pretty much just free points. Plus you get the initial proc, I think, of the unique, which counts towards the white skill points anyway. You can pretty much count buying her inherit as a white and gold skill at the same time. So it'll show up on literally every Uma ever. Oh my god, she missed spurt. What the freak? Alright, well now I have to hit spurt from inspo or gold ship. So that is a little annoying. Just a little. Oh my goodness, bro. What are we doing? Bro. I mean, because I haven't personally played JP or anything, I would assume that it just doesn't, well, if it hasn't procced already, I would assume that it would just, in some way, just assume that you haven't procced it when it goes to proc the actual skill. If I had to guess. I'd have to look at the conditions again. It probably doesn't affect the actual skills proc. No, I need straightaway spurt. No, I'm pretty. I would assume that it picks from whatever the trainees got. All right. Well, we already bought Uma stand, so we'll just power from that. Probably should have waited since I knew that was coming up, but well. Corner adept or more corners would be nice. Nice. This is the second parent run in a row that I've missed straightaway spurt on her first event. So annoying. Okay, I mean, she's winning every G1, so I guess I can't really complain. The affinity is looking nice. Loot up. And then we'll have Takarazuka. Unless she runs it already later. Okay, she does. So I can just go for stat. Or I could just run it anyway and get SP. Alright. Well, Miss Ryan is winning a lot more than her sister. This is going pretty well. We'll go middle here so we can win for sure. Cool, got it. Thanks for looking at it. 9. I wonder I wonder if you just don't have any rare skills on the Uma for some reason, and you just picked up the unique. If it just doesn't do anything. I have to take a rest after. Trying to make a parent for it right now so I can do attempts on my own without having to borrow it. My actual attempts haven't been hitting enough long sparks, unfortunately. Because now instead of 2 like vodka, I have to get 3 now. Why does she like tweak out during that animation? Need more long hints. That's not a long hint. Yeah, I guess that's sort of a long hint. Alright. Oh, please. NA experience. Yes! Okay, cool. That'll be very good. Hopefully we can get an inside scoop now. Go ahead and use the last one now. I am glad though, because I already finished, alright, well that's not fucking cool. What the fuck? I'm glad that I already finished my vodka. She's not the greatest, really. But she is good enough to the point where I don't think I'll have to improve her, really. Yeah, this run's actually going very well. Alright, well that... Brother, how'd you lose that? You have all the skills, man. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, it's a shame. So, I think what we'll do here... Yeah, so we'll skip Elizabeth, and then we'll kick off one of the 2 races here. I think we'll probably try and win Japan Cup, and then when her stats are higher in the next year, we'll see if she can win mile champs. Take on Japan Cup. Should win. So now we can take on mile champs next time. See if we get that extra affinity. And she meets up. Hi, man cut. Dude. Oh my god, I'm gonna explode. Why? Why are we doing that? Never great mood, have an ass. I can probably go ahead and take these. Really want to make sure that she wins at this point. Well, I guess she runs in a rematch anyway later. We'll take on TSS. I'll probably buy what I get, corner recovery earlier? Yeah. I'll buy corner recovery for TSS. Hopefully she can get those that extra little bit of affinity. No G2/G3? Yeah, I go for stats so they can win all the G1s. I don't know. Matching G2s and G3s just seems a little bit too much for me. I'd rather just go for G1s. I'm not trying to like optimize it insanely. If I was like super duper trying, maybe. I remember I used to do that though, and I kind of burned out doing that. Felt like I was just doing a lot. I need to get my wit up. So at this point, really all we're missing is spurt. Really need straightaway spurt. Well, maybe we'll get a corner depth hint here. And we have an explosion too. Ace chaser straightaways. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we have Osaka High. One turn. Go ahead and take that. Get that extra affinity, hopefully. Yeah, okay. Normally it's... I feel like she wins most of the time as long as there's a lot of moves in front. Her career's been going pretty good. Okay, we got a gold inspiration, so hopefully we can get straightaway spurt from her. Stamina here, and close straightaways. Oh, wow. Okay, well, we got a skill. But I don't know if we're gonna be able to hit spurt now. I just have to go wherever gold ship goes. I'll just rest here. So we got right-handed, which is nice. Take corner recovery. And now we have end closer straightaways, which is nice too. Our skill list looks pretty good. We're really only missing spurt at this point. But take corner recovery so we can make sure that she wins. Ooh. Could go for these mile races too. Let's see if she wins. Yeah, screw it. We'll see. Come on. Oh. Oh, by a neck? You bastard. I'm so close to extra affinity. Gold ship there, but no hint. It's surgic corners. Probably just take the explosion there, honestly. I mean, she was so close to winning that, but I want to have energy just in case gold ship decides to have a hint. Alrighty. So last Unity Cup. The Unity Cup does matter a little bit. I do want to get an SM. Hopefully I get the from that too. God, it'd be so good if I get like two stamina, 2 power, and like all these skills that I want. I think the only thing that's gonna suck is missing out on straightaway spurt. Okay. So we've got like what? Like a 1 in 10? 1 in 10 chance here? Did I buy sympathy just to take it out? There's a couple skills I could buy to take it out of rotation. But I don't really want to waste the SP. Ah, fuck it, we'll just hit it. Straightaway spirit. Oh. Well, that wasn't one of the ones I was gonna prune, so. Nothing there. Let's go to wit. Nothing there. Go wit again. Okay, she could be hiding a hint there. Dang it. Her plays with her mood talents. Oh my gosh. This is so many. Probably not gonna be able to hit any favorable 600s or 1100s. That's okay. Holy power! I did not know that it dropped that high. Okay. Could be hiding. Damn it. Bro, give me the skill. Okay, she just deadass didn't show up that time. We'll rest, just in case she shows up. There she is. Did we already win? Oh, right. She ran Kikuka. Well, we have a chance for straightaway spirit here. And... man, that kind of sucks. Could either take an easy win on Autumn and Elizabeth, or go for the hint and get a chance at winning Mile. We'll just go for the hint. I feel like straightaway hint's too important. But we didn't get it. Yet. Alright. Unless she has a hint bubble next to her, then... God, man. No, bro. That could be it, too. Oh, my goodness. I feel like I kind of have to. I don't think the one if any matters as much as getting a hint. Please. Oh my god. We're just burning turns now. Trying to chase it. Okay. Please. God, we've lost so much SP on trying to chase this hint. That'd be so cool if I was ever building a front. Alright, we kind of need SP, so we'll have to race. I'm a little SP poor now. I'm doing all that. It's something, but I don't build fronts at the moment. This lineage also just doesn't, it straight up doesn't have anything that would need it. Oh man, I should have taken all those races. I'm kind of broke on SP for filling out. Oh wait. Well, hopefully we beat Zenith. Professor Curvature will probably take low prio. I'm so far out of the loop. I'd see like people taking pace chaser groundwork and shit. Sometimes I wonder just how far out of the loop I am. Oh lord. Oh. Alright, well I guess we're not getting SM. What the helly? I like zapped a ton of SP too. That is so unfortunate. Better give me fucking straight waist spurt right now. Bastard. Hit? Hit? No? Okay. That's the most SP right there. Alright. So let's see. I think there's gonna be more value in going for maybe the rest of the whites than going for Professor of Curvature. We can just hit corner adept hints during the actual CM run. Alright guys, we're praying for like 2 or 3 star long here. That is a shame though. I feel like we could have had a huge parent. Oh, you know what? We can afford Professor. I mean, like the only thing that I could buy is Stamina Eater, but oh, we got a little bit more SP. Could get in on Nakayama potentially. Fuck it, we're starting groundwork lineage right now. Alright. 3 long. 3 long, 3 long, 3 long. Well. Not good. That's good. Yeah, that was like one of my few Ryan runs. Lord, we have not played this horse. God, she did such a better job at winning though. Usable? Yeah. I'd kind of have to have long sparks, I think. Because, let me see. So if I went Digi, just sort by the acquired real fast, get to long E, and then I think my best long spark is somewhere around here. Like a rice shower. Well, I guess I get up to long C. I mean, technically it's usable. But I think I'd probably... Oh wait, I forgot. I need NB. NA. I don't think I have an N spark anywhere. Oh. Well, they're all in like terrible spots. And on Digi herself. Alright, that's what this attempt was. Despite your best efforts, I think I am retaining class 6 this week. I'm not doing anything. Time for NGT farm. Yeah. Ugh. Digi might just have to be a borrow only situation. I just do not have my own parents. Cause I want the Dober unique in there. Hmm. How many stamina sparks would you say is enough for a medium TT? Let's see. Go take a look at my bourbon. Not you. So she got up to 700 with a gold. With 1, 2, with 9. So if you wanted to take more turns for explosions on stamina, 9 would probably be all right. You want to be safe, 12. Assuming no gold recovery. Let's see. So, where is... Was this the parent that I had? That's it up. I think this might be it. It doesn't have that many straightaway spirit ones, so... Oh, actually it doesn't have any closer in there. Duh. You. Okay. Got the one Taishin back there. Yeah, I mean, this would pretty much be my setup. The sparks aren't like great, but I don't think I can get much better. I mean, where was that Ryan? Was she speed? Yeah. I feel like not having the long sparks there is kind of rough. But yeah, that puts a lot of long sparks into the rotation now. But I lose this parent, which is, oh, but there's one right here. A dirt gold city? Where? This one? My goat? This is a Paduma. Dude, actually this might be pretty good for parent runs. Like honestly, I could probably make a lot of Umas for NG1s with that. 6 dirt sparks. Not bad. Yeah, it's either this rice shower or running that Ryan that I just made. I also lose Fandy with a Ryan though. I'm not so sure. Mile S help with Dirty T? Yes, it does. Alright. We'll do one run. And then we'll go over team trials. I really want to get one run out. I just don't know how this is gonna go. Forget. Is this the setup I had? Yeah. So we'll just run this and hope. I have yet to get past even B long on a digi run. So we'll see. First turn wreck. Alright, we didn't get a sing, but she's just so, I don't know. It really is a pain trying to aptitude build this hard. I haven't like super aptitude build, or I haven't made like a crazy aptitude build ever to the point to where I have to hit multiple pink sparks from inspiration. There is. I'll actually show all of that information when I'm going over it. But yeah, I have all of the firm conditions, the right versus left-handed, all that stuff saved onto my computer. That's probably a little risky. 50% was a little high for... Oh man, I should have rested. Okay. Oh man. Wow, that's a hard pick. I mean, there's a chance for a good skill hint there, but a little painful. Like, actually a hard pick. It's okay. Not like I know if this is the run in or anything, so. Pretty mid start. I mostly just want to get along A or S so I can get to perfecting and ogre too. I'll take friendships, Enrico. Stamina. Guts turn. Highlander. Stam guts. Rico Taishin. Need to get these wit cards up. I'm looking awfully low on the wit. Man, I am not liking these trainings. And a lot of stamina turns. There we go. Our wit is kind of horrific, but can still high roll out. There's so many more turns in a CM run versus in trials. Just wit explosion out too. Most of our speed cards are pretty high anyway. Okay, here we go. Alright, so the run's over. Run's over. So yeah. Yeah. That's about how it's been going. Makes sense. Tuned in first thing is a Rico low roll. Yep. Common Rico low roll. Hey, it's just not the run. Oh, I'm so close to the carrots. As if I need more. Well, it's almost 1 o'clock, so it's about time for the TT. Maybe the high roll is the friends we made along the way. I do have a good amount of friends now. There are a lot of you guys now. But it still doesn't matter because my friends aren't gonna give me a S long digital. Give me 1 mil on stream before I do this. Alright, maybe we need Wonky. Is there a reason why I haven't turned off the choice options? Yeah. Because I sometimes accidentally double click. Because in my habit is just clicking each of the trainings to check them instead of dragging. Or I guess on my phone more so. But sometimes I'll accidentally click the mouse when I'm just like moving it around. And I've had a couple times where I will just accidentally hit rest or recreation. Mostly rest. I think there's been a couple instances. So eventually I just turned it on. But I think I had like a really good Ogre run and I hit rest on accident. And it fried the whole round. It happened a lot more on my phone, but it has happened on my computer too. So I decided to just avoid it entirely. It's 1 o'clock. It's time. We'll do one more. I'm putting my credentials out before we start the team trials lecture. These are my credentials right now. My license to teach. Come on. We're gonna go all in on this one too. All right, come on. All right, good start. Holy hell! What the hell happened? Alright, maybe I'm not... Maybe I can't teach. What the hell just happened? What the helly? Nice credentials, thanks. Oh my goodness. Well, there are like 2 of them that were pretty good. That's... Thanks, medium. Oh my lordy. I want to do more. I want to do more. But we're already late. Okay. So, close out of Uma for now. Go to the home screen while I set this up. Bam, 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 bam. We'll bring up Game Torah. Go to their team trials screen. This is where I pulled a lot of information from. And I just kind of want to go over it in case anyone hasn't seen any of this. So, go ahead and turn the music down just a little bit. Actually, I'll do it on Spotify side, so I turn it down for myself too. So, we're gonna start off with the basics and kind of just go over Game Torah's explanation. What language is that? I believe the language on... Someone had said it before. But the language on the subtitles for this? I forget. Someone said it before. Hi Jack, how you doing? All right, so I'm gonna pretend like you guys aren't here for a little bit, so I can go over this section. But this is going to be the scoring breakdown for team trials, and I should actually probably leave Uma open, honestly, so I can flip in between it. So let me do that real fast, so I can show a in-game example. I should have left it open because I wasn't aware that people didn't know that there was a score info tab either. So I'll go ahead and leave that up as well. Then I'll click into it whenever I need to see it. We'll just pop into here because this is actually a good run. It shows both ends of the roll spectrum. All right. I will be, for the most part, actually I should probably close chat for now while I go over this, and then after I'll open chat back up and then answer specific questions. But we're just gonna start from here. You guys can read this pretty well, can you? Or should I make it full screen before I close chat out? Can I go to the toilet, sir? You have to raise your hand first. Maybe zoom in a little more. All right. I'll make it just the full background, honestly. I'll just fit this to screen. I wanted to make it funny with the board in the back, but we'll just keep it like this. Could also just zoom here. Oh, actually, this is great. Okay. And then I'll move this to the side for now. Make you guys a little bigger, in case anyone wants to read that. And honestly, now that I've changed that a little bit. There we go. Oh, hold on. This is great. I'll zoom in even more. Okay, it messed the screenshots all up. Never mind. This should be readable. This is readable, right? Yes? Okay, okay. So we'll start in a second. Let me text source. Team trials lecture in progress. Okay. Now that I have everything set up, I'm going to close you guys out so I don't get distracted while I'm explaining this. And then for anyone watching the VOD or later, I will probably cut this down into segments when I'm done after the stream's over. And then I'll make it its own separate video to make it a little easier for anyone that just wants to grab info off it. But this you can find on Game Torah if you head over to the articles tab and go down to Trials PvP scoring. It gives you all the info here. But you can also open up UMA, and when you go to your race history and score info, this is also there at the around here after each team trial session. There should be a score info tab right around here in the post screen. But with that, you can go over each of the scoring totals individually and as a team. At the top, it'll give your total score here that you see whenever you go through each round. And you can see the total scores plus the team bonus score, which I'll talk about in a minute. So we'll go ahead and pick up at the beginning. So first thing that you'll see every time, everyone should be acquainted with this, but the ace bonus when you get to the team trials screen is going to be the UMA that you put at the top. Most of the time, or if not all of the time, you want to pick the UMA that is winning the most because they get a 10% increase bonus. So I have all my super strong UMAs that win on average. I log them over the course of 10 to 20 races even for some of these. And these are the ones that finish first most of the time. The biggest thing why you want to do that is because when they do win, they will get the biggest bonus from here. So let me go to Marzensky because she definitely won. But she feeds off of the 10% base points. It's not going to be total points. So any of the percentages that I'll talk about here are going off of base points and not total points whenever you're talking about score increases per UMA. So she'll get 1,000 for winning, which is why you mostly want to target the top UMA. And this is also why you want to target them for not skills. So let's say you have an UMA that has more skills than the UMA that's winning. Because it goes off of base points, the skill total is not going to outweigh the ace bonus from just straight up winning. So most of the time, well, I guess technically if she finishes second, I think it's 900 or something around there. I think. I could be wrong. Let me see. Second place. I need a second place. So it'd be 800. So Grass Wonder here gets 800, but ideally all of your team trial Zumas will have around the same amount of skill score in terms of base points. So the loss on ace bonus, because you're choosing the UMA that's winning on average most of the time, you want to have them as the ace UMA. Generally, the ace bonus from skill activations and positioning bonus aren't going to outweigh her winning. But that's a very small portion of your scoring is going to be ace bonus. It's only 10% of the base score. So it's not something that you want to think too hard about. Just put whoever's winning there the most. It won't really affect too much of your score to be super significant. But the most significant part is going to be your opponent bonus. So this is where rating becomes a big thing, and why a lot of the Team Trials players on leaderboard are mostly around minimum 230,000 rating or above. You can see here that my rating bonus against Wonky is around, I think it's 123% or so on a winner. So you can see here, and you can calculate this if you'd like, but this is just 128% flat bonus versus my opponent. If I were to go against a lower ranked opponent really fast, you will see that my opponent rating bonus or my opponent bonus goes down significantly. So we'll go ahead and do that real fast so I can have that set up. But we'll go to the one that I won since I just showed you a winning tab. And if we go in here, you can see that my opponent bonus has tanked. So we've gone from 12,000.8 to 11,000.2. So we've gone from 128% to 112%, which is a pretty massive opponent difference, considering that this isn't applied to just one UMA. This is applied to every single UMA on your team. So the higher rating that you can get and the higher rated opponents that you can play against, the better your score will be on average. So we'll talk about this a little bit more in terms of the decks that we'll be building and how you can get up to a higher rating on average across all of your UMAs. But that is a significant part of your scoring, is going to be opponent rating bonus. I mean, it's more than your base score. So something that you want to think about when you're talking about Team Trials. Other small things are support bonus. If I go back in here, support bonus isn't as crazy as you would think. From reading it baseline, you would assume that my score is increased by 19%, the way that it just sits here on the front screen. But it only works off a base score, so it's not as significant as you would think. The difference of like 5% support bonus is only realistically for someone like I am. It'd really only be a difference of like 20,000 points. It's not insane, but if you are bordering on retention line, it is not a bad idea to upgrade R cards for getting more support bonus. You can see if you even just get an R card to level 25 or level 30, it doesn't cost all that much, but you get 5% or 0.05% support bonus multiplied by however many R cards you decide to upgrade. I think it's only 20,000 and it's only like 3,000 SP. It's very cheap. That's what I should say. So not as significant as you may think, but it's still something, especially if you are teetering on the edge of retention. So something to keep in mind, but not as crazy as you may think. So someone at 1% going to 6% support bonus, it does take a lot of resources, and realistically, it's not going to increase your score by much. So not something to super duper worry about. Same thing with consecutive win bonus. I mean, of course, it's going to just kind of be there. Generally, you want to win every race for your high score. So it's not a crazy topic to talk about. Now, this is probably going to be one of the most significant parts of Team Trial scoring, is going to be the victory bonuses that you're getting while you're playing Team Trials. This is about 50,000 points worth of points that you could be getting per race. A little bit less if they are just top 5ing, but if you take a look at my medium team here, you'll see that they are top 3, and I can actually look at my mild team for this example too. So my mild team here, you'll see that there's no bonus above Maruzensky's tab. That is because Fujikaseki finished 6th place. Now, if I go to my medium team, there's a 12,300 point bonus for going 1, 2, 3. And if you just do a 1, 2, 5, I think is there anyone? No one went 1, 2, 5 there, but I did have a team go 2, 3, 4, which is still the same thing. So you'll see an all members place bonus instead if you didn't 1, 2, 3, but it's still 10,000 points. So it's still a really significant amount of points multiplied by 5 across each team. So there are ideally 60,000 points on the table for me, going 1, 2, 3 in every race, and at minimum around 10 or 50,000 points for just placing everyone in top 5. So there are a lot of points on the table for that, and it will likely be around 30,000 to 40,000 for people that are lower rated. So you do want to have all your Umas be strong enough to finish in those placements so you can get the bonuses. And here are the individual position scores if you'd like to take a look at them. But it's pretty much just starts at 10,000, drops to 8,000, and then segments by 1,000 after that. And now we have the first to second place difference score. So we talked about this a little in high level TT, but realistically, it's hard to farm for nose finishes and neck finishes. Really anything towards this smaller gap is hard to farm for. Now with long, you can farm distance bonus fairly easily if you have a Uma that is significantly stronger, for example. Like a CM Uma will do pretty good in long because generally most of the time they may finish distance versus your own Umas and someone else's Umas, apart from how many skills they're proccing, which is relatively going to be lower. But it's not something that I would keep in mind when building just because it's highly variable. But you can see here, Gold Chip is probably stronger than the rest of my TT team on average. So she will distance them if someone misses a recov or something. So it can be a significant amount of points, but don't try and build everyone optimally for going for nose rolls. Really, you kind of keep that as a lottery whenever you are doing your races over and over again. And if it happens, it happens. And sometimes that'll be why you see your scores just shoot up randomly versus the average. Now, these two right here, skills and unique skills, are going to be the main base of your points from team trials. This is where more than half of my points come from, are just straight up from skills. So if we go in here, you'll see that I'm getting 20,000 from finishing second place. But if you add up all my skills together, I'm getting 36,000 from just skills. So over half of Grass Wonder's points here are from just straight skills. This doesn't include the finishing bonus, but even with the finishing bonus in mind, 32,000 points from Gold Chip. And there are around 31,000 points from her unique and her skill activations. So skills are doing a lot more than you think in team trials. You may think from a baseline level that just finishing first, second, third is getting a lot of points. But if your teams are winning and you're not scoring that many points, it's likely due to how many skills you have on each Uma. So tapping back into the score totals again, you'll see here that the base points here are 4,800 for 4 skills. Divide that by 4, you get 1,200 points, base points, I should say, from activating a rare skill, and 500 base points from activating a white skill. This gets added up with your opponent rating bonus and support bonus, win streak bonus, ace bonus, and all that. So depending on your opponent bonus, it can vary from around 3,000, a little bit over 3,000 for, actually no, around 3,000 per gold skill for me. And then for each white skill, it is around 1,000-ish, like a little over 1,000, 1,200, 1,300 per white skill. So when you are building your TT Umas, you'll see across most of the teams at the higher end will start buying vision skills and movement skills. Rushing Gale is a really good one. This isn't a good skill in PvP as much, so you won't see it in CMs. Same thing with Clairvoyance. But you will see skills like this in TT very often because they have very few skill proc conditions. Also, I don't know why my music shut off. Start that back up. Sorry about that. So there are a lot less proc conditions for these skills, which is also why you'll see center stage a lot. So pretty much the only thing that the Oma has to do is pass a wit check to proc such skills. There aren't any passing, any position requirements for these skills. They just have to pass the wit check with the wit that they have, and they will score you 2,000 to 3,000 per gold and 800 to 1,200 per white, just straight up. So you really want to be loading your Umas up with skills that are easy to proc versus harder skills to proc. So on your left, for example, it is a gold skill. On your left has a position requirement that is kind of hard to hit. So generally I would probably not buy this if I went back into this run. And I would rather buy 3 white skills instead to have more consistency and having more points come out from white skills instead of gold skills. But if you have the luxury of having good enough cards to run more races and picking up more skills, that is where the bulk of higher level TT points comes from. So something to keep in mind. Unique skill level does matter ever so slightly. So it's about 100 points past level 1. Usually no one, theoretically, you probably will have level 3 at the minimum. And then for each level, the base points increase by 100. So it's not crazy. If you miss a unique level, but you still get to like level 2, it's not going to be that much of a world-ending miss, but just a increase to keep in mind while you are thinking about it. And then we have probably the other biggest thing missed on Team Trials is going to be positioning bonus. So this is why you'll see a lot of people recommend not running the same racing style when you are picking your team comps. The more spread out your team comp is, the more good positioning bonuses that you have available. So having 3 pace chasers on one team, for example, you miss out on the potential for 10,000 at my level, probably around like 7,000 for the average player points missed on not getting positioning bonus. So this is a pretty significant chunk of points when you think about it. On a high roll, you would have the chance at, for me, 15,000 per team. So 15,000 times 5, you have 75,000 points on the table for getting good positioning on every single Uma. That is a very, very significant chunk of points. And at the average level, you're probably looking at around 50,000 points across your whole team. Again, like the finishing bonus that you get for top 3 and top 5 alike. That could be the difference between retention. So you do want to space out your racing styles as much as you can. And that's why in the meta, I have it picked out between 3 different racing styles in the tier list at the top. So ideally, you have 3 different racing styles. If you do not have that many Umas, it's okay. In the past, I ran multiple pace chasers. Like, for example, on long, I had Agnes Tachyon and Super Creek because it is harder to build for long. So I had 2 Recov unique Umas on long to make it a little bit easier. But generally, if you can and do it well, As many racing styles as you can comfortably fit is going to be the best for you overall and will net you more points on average from positioning bonus. Next up, they have target time. This is mostly dictated by how strong the front runner is in your race, so not something to build in mind, but I have built in the past a Summer Marzensky that has angling and scheming, just to try and push the pace a little bit faster. But if they have a lot of mid-race skills, like corners, fast pace, all these skills that will make them run a little bit faster and push the pace mid-race, you can technically build for beating the target time, since they will pull the rest of the pack with them, like very slightly, for example. But generally, this is another sort of nose roll situation where if it happens, it happens. And generally the rest of your team will finish under the course time too. So just another high roll thing that can happen. So if you see your score high rocket and it's not a nose roll, then most likely they beat the course time. And I'm pretty sure this is random by course, not distance. It might be decided by distance. I'm not sure. I tried looking it up one time and I couldn't find any concrete info per track. I wish I could, so I could let you guys know. But this is just another high roll thing that can happen in your runs. Now, this was a very big point of contention for a long time with concentration. So concentration is important, yes, but focus, as they have here, does just fine with increasing your strong start bonus. So I believe Coco had said it before, but the value of concentration does not outweigh having a good card, which is why we pretty much eliminated Suzuka Stam in terms of a card recommendation. If you really need concentration, the only real source that you should probably be going for is from Tauzuna. If not, you can replace this card with a wit card and be better off generally just having a higher proc chance than getting concentration. Taking the lead is a different scenario. So if you're running a front runner and you do have this Mihano Bourbon Wit card, it's okay. It's not like the Suzuka Stam card situation where you just have a completely dead slot. The Mihano Bourbon card, because it's a wit card, and it would be vice versa if it was a speed card too, it's okay to run that card to get the gold skill for taking the lead on a front runner. I should mention, don't run this card on anyone other than a front runner, because you cannot use taking the lead on a pace chaser, which hopefully should be obvious by how the game explains it and because it is an aptitude skill. But I did want to mention that. So even if I go into my score info tab, you'll see that most of the Umas, like Grass Wonder, has concentration. She did not get strong start. Goldship has focus. She did not get strong start. And Super Creek does have concentration, and she did not get strong start. So it's not the end of the world if you cannot get concentration, as much as it may have seemed, and by the way that people kind of reverberate, kind of influences how it may seem really important to grab concentration, but it really isn't as important as just straight up padding skills. So just getting more skills instead of hyper focusing on concentration is probably going to help you in the short term. In the long term, where you're trying to min-max as many points as you can get, yes, you do want to get concentration, but if you're just trying to make retention line, really don't sweat it as much as people make it seem to be. So if you are teetering on retention or are trying to make retention for class 6, truly just add a wit card or a speed card that isn't Tauzuna, and do not do not force Suzuka Stam to get concentration. It really isn't that serious across the average of the board when you're scoring. So just something I wanted to touch on. It is 2,000 extra base points at the end of the day, or is it 1,000? I could be wrong. I'd have to find someone that got a strong start in the first place. Okay, so it is 1,000 base points, and then your opponent bonus, your support bonus, and your streak bonus. Really isn't that many points in the grand scheme of things, and it's more of a min-max tactic for a higher level leaderboard. So please do not try and force it. You are probably shooting yourself in the foot if you are trying to force concentration on average, instead of running another wit card for more activation chance. So something I wanted to touch on, but it is 1,000 base points if you do get a strong start. And it can happen without focused concentration taking the lead too. So do not worry about it. This is another one I probably wouldn't worry about, which is the long shot bonus. It is 4,000 base points, so it is a lot. But you have to significantly sacrifice stats to be able to be worse than 2 NPCs in your races. So I'm not going to recommend building for long shot, even though it is a significant amount of points. But it is worth mentioning just in case that does happen. I think towards the upper end where I am, if you sacrifice enough stamina on Super Creek or Grass Wonder, who can survive with a lot less stamina, sometimes they can get long shot, but it's very rarely that they are generally considered worse by the odds makers than 2 NPCs. So another high roll thing that can just happen, kind of like the target time or nose rolling, but not something that you should be building in mind with. Rushed, something that can take away points. It's not a significant amount of points. It's only 1,000, like 1,000 on average, maybe even less for just the proc. Let's see if I can find someone that got rushed in here. But the more wit that you have, the less likely they are to be rushed, which is why you'll see that I'm having a hard time finding someone that is rushed. So if you are building for team trials correctly and building higher wit than you normally would, but even CM nowadays gets built for higher wit, so it's not something that you should be concerned about. And it's so few points that you can even see that my whole team wasn't even rushed there. So just another bit of info to have. Let's see. I believe that covers the scoring side of team trials, and that's everything that can affect your scoring. But probably the biggest thing to take away from this is to finish top 5 if you can, so you get at least the minimum all members place bonus, and best case scenario you finish top 3, so you get the first, second, third place bonus. The other thing to take away is skills do a lot more than you think. Picking Umas based on how easy their unique is to proc is also something to think about. So Gold Chip is very good to pick for a TT Uma because she will probably use her unique every single race. If not, she is only missing it because of a wit check. So Umas that practically only have to pass a wit check, depending on how easy their unique is to activate, are going to be higher on the priority list to build. So you can guarantee the 2,000 to 2,600 base points, equaling about 5,000 to 6,000 total points, depending on where you are. And the same goes for rare skills and white skills. Generally on the tier list, you are picking Umas that have very cheap gold skills, or very accessible ones that do not have very many requirements to proc and get you those points for your skills and gold skills. So just something to think about there, and probably the key takeaways that I would recommend. But that is likely where the average is missing the majority of their points. So picking skills like prepared to pass and such where they have positional requirements towards the end, versus picking gold skills and movement skills that hit a lot more of the time. Dodging danger, for example, nowadays is pretty good because they changed it. Same thing with picking red skills. These have no requirements except for a wit check and the requirement that there is at least one late surger in the race. Same goes for anything that is like hesitant end closer, hesitant front runner, and all that. Frenzied skills are generally not the best because that requires someone to rush. But anything... Oh, I should mention sympathy. So sympathy is actually a good skill to pick up if you do get this from Rico, because on average, if we take a look in the race history, and if I go to every NPC that is in the race, oh, I think I'll have to do a race so I can look at every horse. But every horse that you're going to be racing against that's an NPC has a chance to have sympathy on it. And it's actually pretty high that there's at least one NPC Uma that has sympathy. So if your whole team has sympathy, you only need one other Uma to have it out of everyone. So even your opponent can have sympathy, right? But if you take a look here, we have one NPC that has sympathy. We have two NPCs that have sympathy. This one does not. Also, should mention, they can have Lone Wolf too, so I don't recommend picking up Lone Wolf on your Team Trials Umas. We have 3 sympathy, another Lone Wolf, and I believe that's our 4th sympathy. So even if we only had one Uma that had sympathy, they will be proccing that for a white activation. So it's a good idea to pick this up. It only costs 40 or so SP if you are able to date Rico before New Year. So for Team Trials, it is a pretty damn good skill. Definitely pick it up if you have the option to, as it's nearly as free as it can get most of the time, especially if you have your entire team have it. You only need one NPC or one of your opponent Umas to have sympathy themselves. And your whole team will proc the skill. So just a nice thing to think about when you're building. But I think for the most part that covers the scoring totals. I don't think I missed anything. But pick up more skills. Focus on being top 5 most of the time. And generally that should help. And picking movement skills and vision skills will also generally help most of the time. Anything that's easy to proc, and you can use Game Tour as well. I'll mention this real fast. So if you go to Game Tour and you go to the database tab, you can look at each skill that you're buying. And let's say, for example, looking back at Prepare to Pass. So we can see here, I believe this has changed, so it's not as bad anymore. But I think it used to be a little bit more position based. But for a pace chaser, this isn't bad anymore. But anything that doesn't have like order rate or anything like that. So Perfect Prep, for example, the new current wit card, this only has a distance type and a phase type. So that means that it's really only a wit check. There are no conditions for it to proc during the race. They just have to pass the wit check when it comes up. I can't really think of anything off the top of my head, but picking a cheaper skill versus one that will help you win the race is generally also better for Team Trials, just so you can pack out your skills list a little bit more. So if we take a look, at movement skills and such, prudent positioning is another one. Literally no checks except for phase, which leaves it to a wit check, and its base cost is really cheap. So if you see prudent positioning pop up, if you see go with the flow pop up, only a phase random check, and then you have all the other ones that cover the rest of it. This is why Lane Legendarian is really good for Air Groove, and Asian Flash also has this, which is why I moved her up in the tier list. But it's 240 for a gold skill that only has a phase random check. And the same reason why center stage from the Kawakami card is so good is because it's the same way. 240, so 120 for the white, and then times 2 is going to be the gold cost. 240 base, which will be 228 after the skill hint from the card, and it's only a wit check. So that's why you'll see let me see, that's why you'll see clairvoyance too. So this only checks that you're running a medium race and the phase check, and this one is instead 220, and it's a level 3 hint if you're using Fuku as the wit card. So practically on every medium Uma that you ever make, you want to be running Fuku, so you can grab clairvoyance if you do beat Zenith. Same reason why you'll see the Dober wit card a lot. Same idea, gold skill, 240 base. And the other reason why gold ship is also very good. So this one does have a moving lane change, which will happen practically every race, as long as they move side to side once during the race into a different running lane, which is going to happen for an end closer, especially most of the time during the race. That's all it really is. And it's across the whole race because you see that there's no phase check. This is just a running style check and the movement lane. So it can happen at any time during the race. And during the final or late race, she's almost guaranteed to be running to the side at some point to pass somebody. So no worries there. I believe Crusader does have a order rate check. So sometimes it can be a little bit difficult, but that's an order rate check in the middle of the race or late race. So at the beginning of late race, if it's an end closer, generally most of the time they should be over 50% of the order rate. Whenever you see order rate over 50, that just means 50% of the positions. So as long as she's in the back half of the pack, she will activate Crusader. This is a very card gifted skill, I should say. The rest of these are pretty accessible. This one obviously from Gold Chip, this one from the Dober Welfare Wit card, this one from either Condor Pasa or the Unity Cup scenario link between Fuku. And then they have all their white skills here. So for the most part, those are accessible by everybody that has been playing for some amount of time. So something to think about when talking about skills. But yeah, that should be, for the most part, everything to cover for as far as scoring. Picking skills that will activate without a problem, and most of the time just from wit checks. And then the positioning bonus as well is probably the other biggest thing missed. And then of course, everyone wants to finish top 5 anyway, so that should be no problem. But something to keep in mind, that is a significant chunk of points. So I think that covers that segment for now. So I can open chat back up. That was a rather long segment, but good comms, thanks. Alright, so let me go ahead and scroll back. So did everyone understand that for the most part? I can answer questions if anyone wants something cleared up for me to review. Hey Teach, am I late for class? Nobody's late for class because there will be VODs. Don't worry about it. Just to clarify, Unique doesn't have wit checks? Gotcha. Does it really not? I feel like I've just straight up watched Umas miss wit checks before for their Unique. Maybe I am wrong. I swear I've just watched them miss. Because I've watched Super Creek be 3rd to 4th and she just doesn't do it. Uniques are guaranteed? Okay. Oh, I see. Well, what the fuck was she doing that one run? What the hell? He'd just be throwing. Okay. So uniques are guaranteed. I'll have to edit that part. Good comms, good comms. Phase random check. Oh, I see. Motherfucker. Weighing against high-rated opponents is someone who has a 1 to 5 ranked team is way more difficult though. Yeah, if you are in the average, which I would probably call A1 to A5, without building for TT specifically, because building for TT specifically will inherently raise your rating just the way that you build, being speed wit for mostly everything. And the high amount of skills, I mean, these also count for your rating too. So that's why this vodka with only 2 S and a SS stat is an S+, because she has all these skills that also increase her rating. Mile S and such also increases your rating too. On an average by 400, I believe. So I can actually switch in between this gold ship here. So you can see that she is late S. If I were to switch her to late, my rating would jump by 330. 320, I think that is. So each S on each Uma also is worth 300 rating plus. Are those runs fast learner, or do you hit those without fast learner? So the only fast learner runs that I do have quite a bit, I guess. I shouldn't say only. But the fast learner runs that are in my team are Air Groove, quite obviously. The vodka was fast learner, which is why I ended up picking up On Your Left. I don't think I had anything left. Tachyon is fast learner, though this is before we dropped Suzuka Stam, so she has a lot less races than normal. Mayano was also fast learner. The gold ship was fast learner, yet again though. This was before Suzuka Stam. And I believe this Falco is fast learner. Everyone else on this team is not fast learner though. So this is not fast learner, and she has a ton of skills. It is just pure race count. So 30 races. Same thing with Marzensky. Non-fast learner, ton of skills. She ran 31 races. This is the significance of double PAL and having 4 really high stat supporting cards around it. So you can get a ton of races off of double PAL and be able to buy as many skills like this as long as your cards finish their... You talk about NSM gold skill? Okay, so NSM as the gold skill, generally you're not going to see a medium because medium is dominated by clairvoyance from Fukuwit. Long, generally you'll probably see Rice Shower more than anything. But I'm not sure. Someone else could probably verify, but I'm not sure if NSM is that great in long versus buying anything else. And if you are going to be buying a scenario link, I usually just get Rice Showers. I think you'd probably be better off buying something else more consistent than No Stopping Me on average. Mile, maybe a little bit better. Sprint, I would not buy No Stopping Me. It's a lot harder to hit on Sprint because everyone spreads out before late race hits. Yeah, NSM is okay. So how's major the importance of green skills? So the ones that are guaranteed, actually here, we will go over all the frequencies. So let me bring this up. I believe I have these all in a row. But I'll show all of these real fast and go over which greens you should be buying per race if you have access to them. Because yes, greens are going to be generally the cheapest skills to buy across everything, and as long as you're buying them optimally, it will be a pretty important thing to buy. Sprint, it kind of, you probably wouldn't buy anything much in terms of the specific ones, like standard distance, right-handed, left-handed, and all that. But I should mention that something like firm conditions, this has an 80% chance of happening. I actually have a screenshot here. So firm conditions has a 77% chance. So pretty much 80% chance of happening. So if you do get firm conditions, you pretty much want to buy this every time. Not to mention the dolls that you can use too. Same thing with Sunny, 58%, so not as crazy, but it happens enough to where if you get it cheap enough, it's not a bad buy. Season ones, throughout my logging, they're not really worth it. So I would probably stay away from seasons. But firm conditions for sure is probably the best green buy apart from late surger savvies, or any savvy skill I should say. So firm conditions and a savvy skill, those will probably be the best greens to buy. I probably would stay away from Sunny most of the time, but it is usually pretty good. So if I hop into my race history, you've got 2 races there, you have 3 races here, you got every race here, and of course you got the dolls that you could use too. So, and then also I'll mention this real quick, there are certain distances where right-handed would be better, even better than firm conditions. So you can see mile here, 81% chance for right-handed to hit. So if you're building a mile racer, keep this in mind if you do end up getting right-handed. Same thing with non-standard distance. 63% is pretty good. That's a little bit better than Sunny. So if you have non-standard distance pop up on medium, not a bad buy. And then exit out of that one so I don't get confused. We pop up to medium. Got a 75% chance of standard distance. 50-50 on right to left-handed. So probably wouldn't recommend getting either for that. But standard distance is a pretty big pull for medium. You can also see here, this gets mentioned a lot as far as stamina requirements. I believe the ref doc that everyone uses goes off at 2400 most of the time. I mean, it's even over stam for 2002. But most of your races in medium are going to be 2000 meters. So you really shouldn't fret around about how much stamina you're building. You can mostly base most of your stamina building off 2200 and less, just based off the frequency. Same thing for long. The stamina, you should realistically only stay in 3200 meters or less, even 3000 meters and less most of the time. Non-standard distance is a good pull here. Right hand is a good pull here. So those green skills out of the pool are pretty good. But most of your races are going to be run less than 3200 meter. Will Mant completely throw away every TT team? You will probably be rebuilding your whole team. Yeah. And then Dirt has, I believe, the highest green skill percentage because of non-standard distance. Yeah. 90% of dirt races are non-standard. So if you have non-standard, it is by far the best green skill outside of Savvy and Sympathy to be buying. Right-handed as well, nearly 70%. So not a bad idea to screenshot those and keep them as reference, as I have done. to keep in mind when you have the option for green skills. Should you focus on green skills instead of yellows? I would start off with green skills, and anything that's over 70% I would probably take first. So if I have firm conditions, for example, I'd probably click it first when I'm going through my skills list at the end. After that, I'd probably start looking at everything else. But I should mention there are like certain skills that take like the most prio. So taking the lead is, for example, extremely cheap after you drop the skill from Mihona Burbid. So that would probably take prio over literally everything. It has no check except for the wit check at the beginning and the racing style check, and it's only like 200, like 228 or something, really low. And it scores 1200 points versus 500 on a green skill. It's nearly 100% of the time going to activate, as long as it passes the wit check. Same thing with concentration too. What the hell? Same thing with dodging danger. This is like a 77 SP skill, so you can pretty much click that guaranteed if you are running a front runner. And the same thing will go for these mile corners and these straightaways. Those are 100 points max. End closer and late surge corners, all that stuff starts at 130 though. So a little bit more to think about when you're picking those. They are a little bit more expensive, so you have to weigh your options. Coco, that one calculator weighs out how much each skill to points is, right? Single double circle affect the score? No. So on team trials, you only want to click the single circle. No, never double circle it. That'll torch your SP, especially since it's more expensive the second time around too. Long 2 staminas all the time. So I actually run no stamina on certain Umas. If it's gold chip, for example, this is a good example. So 900 stamina, but she has 3 gold recoveries. She pretty much lives every time. So if you are able to, you can take Right Shower Power and get Swinging Maestro and cooldown. And as long as you get up to like 900 stamina or so and have high enough wit, you should be okay most of the time. Even if cooldown is a little inconsistent sometimes, because you're running, for example, multiple times. Like you're not just doing one team trials race. It's not like CM, right? You're doing so many races over the course of a week to make retention. So if a skill is like a recov is a little bit inconsistent, like cooldown, sometimes it can activate on the very last straight. It's still okay because I don't know what the percentage is going to look like for cooldown specifically. But if they're relying on that recov to live, it's okay. You'll be doing like 20 races minimum over the course of a week to make retention. So thanks in advance for the streams. Yeah, not a problem. The retention line has creeped up, so it's people definitely want to have some assistance, and I'm happy to assist anybody that wants to make retention. I think I haven't used the calculator. Okay. I believe that the race sim actually has like an SP cost calculator too, but I think that's for like CM mostly. But generally on long, like I said, you're mostly going to be 3,200 meters and less. So keep that in mind when you are building for stamina and how many recovs you're buying. But Rice Power gives you 2 gold recovs if you pick her as the team name. So that should cover anyone that isn't Super Creek. Super Creek should pretty much be in long every single time. If you want a little bit more leniency for your long team, you can double stack Agnes Tachyon, but do be careful. Adding 2 pace chasers that both need a certain position to proc their recovery unique can be a little dicey. So just keep that in mind if you are doing that. So when do you use Parfait? Every time, or do you make it dependent on the moods overall? Wouldn't use her as a late surger? No. So actually, I can bring this up. So if I go into, what's it? Who equal ma? If I go here, if you run her as a late surger and she isn't between, I believe this is 4th. So if she isn't 3rd or 4th over the 50% distance, she's not going to unique, and if you're relying on it to have her survive, she's going to die. So running her as anything other than a pace chaser can hurt you quite a bit. This might be 3rd to 5th in CM. Actually. Calculator. 0.4 times 12. Okay, so 5th. 3rd to 5th. If she isn't 3rd to 5th, then she will likely die if you are relying on it. And this goes the same way for Pure Heart. So you can see here, Super Creek has the pretty much the same exact one. This one's a little bit more lenient, 2nd to 5th. But Tachyon is a lot more specific, being 3rd to 5th. So something to keep in mind if you ever stack pace chasers with them. Stacking pace chasers makes it a little bit harder for them to get their unique. Does Creek normally get 1st place or no? This one doesn't, specifically because I have her built for Wonky. But I did have a Creek that would place 1st a lot. I think it was... No, it wasn't that one. It wasn't that one either. I had one that would place 1st all the time. It was this one. This one would place 1st like an inconceivable amount of times. I don't know if it was because of the 3 white recovs plus her unique plus the gold, but she would win so often it wasn't even funny. Do I have documentation for good versus bad Umas? You know, that is a great segue into the tier list. Okay, so let me go ahead and get this pulled up real quick. Take it off screen so I can go back to it. And we will go into the tier list from here. I can find it. Okay, so this tier list is going to be a little bit harder. Because it seems that whoever made it before changed it to where it's Uma pictures instead of the little icons. I'll have to make my own eventually so I don't have to rely on it. But this is how I've broken down the Umas that you can pick, and I'll go over flex picks too. So anyone that can run multiple, like Ogre can go into medium, or not medium. Ogre can go into a lot of different things, but preferably Mile. Medium isn't a bad option too, but that's also determined by how good the meta is in each. And then after I'm done, I do have this marked out for, oh, not that one. I have this tier list marked for preferred racing styles too. Actually, I guess I could just work off of this. Go ahead and make that 144%. Then we'll full screen this. Back to 144% U. Okay. So I will go ahead and talk about the tier list now. So I'll go back into robot mode, and probably not respond to chat for a little bit. But this is the second thing that we'll talk about as far as team trials. How many of your TT run it? Actually, let me answer questions real fast before I talk about this. How many of your TT runners have gone fast learner? I think like 5 or 6. Put Ogre on sprint to run away from King Halo. Yeah, King Halo is extremely unreliable. That's why I have her at the lowest part of sprint. Are you planning on making a Discord server for guides like this? You know, I haven't really thought about making a Discord server as far as like my own personal, kind of like how VF has his Discord server, but maybe in the future. Can I link it? If I link the tier list, it won't have like my rankings on it, I don't think. I can share it, I believe. Open that back up. At least I'm pretty sure I can share it. I can share it on Twitter and Facebook. Oh, that doesn't help. You want me to zoom in so you can take a screenshot of both? That would be a little bit more clear. I could do that. Also, I guess I should check before I start talking about it. This is readable for everyone, right? Wait, my cat wants to leave. Hold on. Alright, never mind. I thought he wanted to leave. Wouldn't Festival Rudolph be a better pace or front based on her unique? Let me see. I like kind of speed ran these because I hadn't had them on my agenda. Okay. I think I had Festival Rudolph pace because it has to be the final corner. And I feel like it would be a little bit more consistent if she was a pace chaser during the final corner, assuming that there's a front runner in the race. But that was just my opinion. She does have an overtake timer too. So if she's, for example, passing a NPC front runner, that would help. But generally I have her really low because I don't particularly like uniques that require passing, especially for a long Uma. But I run Daiwa pace. So that's why I do have her front runner. It's the main pick, being that's the one that's higher up. So I have her front runner ideally. The only reason why I have pace on there is because she has a pace gold skill. And she can activate it from second, passing into first towards the end. But like you said, it is highly unlikely, which is why I have it as the section option. So you can build her pace. Is it ideal? No. Ideally, she would be a front runner. Readable, but 3 a.m. for me, so I'm just gonna go ahead and watch the VOD. Alright, well, I appreciate you being here until 3 a.m. Hopefully the VOD information is good too. That's a good one. Backshin, not front. Okay.
So if we go here, we go to Bakshin. If you want her to hit her unique a little bit more consistently, because she has a blocked side and an order rate less than 3, you could run her front runner, but the blocked side continue time is the harder part if she's like a significantly good front runner. But this is also why I recommend Suzuka. I don't know. Towards the end of Bakshin's time on my team trials team, I was noticing she was very inconsistent on her unique. It is a little bit more consistent as a pace chaser, but the order rate is the other hard part, right? So I said, I don't know. I'm not in love with Bakshin. You can run her either, but just her having that makes it a little bit more difficult for me to like her. Is Suzu runaway or normal front? I recommend normal front most of the time. Runaway is just so inconsistent at placing well. I mean, earlier in the stream I had her run, and she finished like 10th. Yeah, you can see here, 9th place. Yeah, Bakshin is just like a funny one. I think inherently she has like pace chaser skills too, if I recall correctly. I mean, she has like a mixed bag of skills. She has like a pace chaser straight away, but then on the other hand, she has huge lead. She's very strange. She's one of those flexumas. It's not as bad as like Tosin Jordan, where Tosin Jordan has like the worst skill spread ever of having 2 different skills for different race styles. She has race planner for pace chaser, but then on the other hand, she has on your left for flight. No, very funny. But okay, so we'll go ahead and just go down the tier list, and then anyone watching the video, I will go ahead and break up each section by which distance I'm in during the video, so that you can skip to each, and maybe even I'll go ahead and make segments for each UMA. But I'll start from the top and go down to the bottom. I'll zoom in a little bit more so that it is easier to comprehend who I'm talking about. But first, starting with Suzuka Sprint. So we take a look here and we go to Suzuka. She does have a D aptitude in sprint, but this means that it only takes 7 sprinting sparks. If you go ahead and take a look on something like Chronogenesis, you can find relatively easy someone that has a 7+ sprint borrow, even if the blues aren't ideal, which in this case would be all power sparks for sprint. It is relatively easy to get her to an A in sprint, so it's not that bad. And she is significantly better, in my opinion, than the other front choice, which would be Bakshin, even if it's just like fractionally a front choice. I probably should have marked the tier list, honestly, or a front Bakshin here. Do that real fast, that way when I share it, it doesn't look off. Go ahead and do that. I think I'll have to reopen it. I can restart my explanation, or I'll just cut my music stopping. Okay, but like I said, seven sparks for a D aptitude to build her to an A, and then you can run her from there. She does have a 20% speed bonus too, so running 2 speed cards and 3 wit cards is generally going to be pretty easy on her. You can cap speed fairly easily with the normal sprinter deck, and her unique is much better as far as she goes on versus Bakshin. As long as you have a lot of mid leg and she reaches first place with enough distance behind, she should unique. Given how variable Bakshin's unique can be. I think she's better anyway. And with Suzuka in mind, she gets concentration from her potential skill. So that means you don't have to run a card to grab concentration. This pretty much gives her enough value over Bakshin in itself to be ran as the ideal pace chaser. Like I said, Runaway is very iffy. If you have a Sprint S, it's possible to be ran, but I would not be surprised if she still finishes relatively low on occasion, so 6th place or worse occasionally if she has Sprint S. It's just kind of how Runaway acts in Sprint. They can't build up enough of a gap in the early to mid-race stages to sustain how much slower they are when late race comes. But generally, she will be your best option for Sprint. And on a high roll, she'll activate everything, has concentration inherently, so it's much easier to build around as far as maximizing score. But that is going to be my top pick for Sprint. She is a little bit less accessible than the next pick, which is Air Groove. This is Air Groove late because her unique is a lot more consistent late. So if we go here, we will talk about normal Air Groove. Her stat bonuses are very nice. 10% speed. Probably still running a 2-3 deck here for the average player. That being 2 speed, 3 wit, and then Rico. And with the 20% power growth, you should be able to get her to a pretty high power stat while getting capped out speed. Maybe a little bit less wit on average because of running less. Well, you're going to be in speed training more to cap out versus being in wit training more with a 20% speed bonus. Same thing, same concept as Suzuka, where you do have to aptitude build just a little bit. This one being much easier at 4 sprint sparks. So your availability on parents is expanded a lot more with a C on sprint. But the reason why you run her in sprint is because of her growth and because of lane legendary. And versus the mile meta, on average, she gets outperformed by Fujikiseki Vodka under ideal circumstances. And the pool for picking late surgers in sprint is very low. I mean, your only other option is King Halo, and I really don't recommend King Halo because she's much more inconsistent with her unique. Air Groove's unique, as long as she's over 3 and it's coming up anywhere past the final corner. Final corner is let me see. Passing another runner from mid-pack or further back on the final corner. Yeah. And I believe this is also anytime after, but much, much easier than King Halo's unique. If I go to King Halo, she's much more inconsistent, at least in my testing. Has a much harder growth rate too. No bonus on speed or wit. But hers is much more significantly specific. Only 200 distance remaining, and she has to be 4th or 70% or further ahead than the last 30% of racers. So if she's already passed everyone with 200 meters left and she's 3rd, for example, she's going to miss her unique. So it's much more inconsistent than Air Groove in my testing, especially from late. Late Air Groove seems to be extremely consistent. Pace is a lot more gambly, but it can still work. And if you do run her pace, then you can get Dazzling Disorientation, which is very good. 220 SP base bonus, or base SP, for a nearly guaranteed pace chaser skill. Order rate 50%, which is nearly guaranteed for a pace chaser. So, very good either way. Build her late, ideally. Build her pace chaser if you want a high roll. And it doesn't take that much. to get her on sprint. The last option that I have in terms of the meta, let's see here, is Kern. You'll notice that she isn't on my team for my team trials. That's just because I got her a lot later. Ideally, I'd probably switch her in Air Groove so I could run Air Groove late and run Kern Pace Chaser. But she is going to be the other top 3 option. But any of these other two can fit. We already mentioned Bakshin, who can either run Pace Chaser or front. And I only recommend Pace Chaser more because of her unique. Akabono is the other Pace Chaser, but we'll quickly go over Kern. Kern's unique is fairly easy for a Pace Chaser, so 5th to 2nd place for a Pace Chaser, not too bad, and at about the 50 to 65% left in the race distance mark. The only real problem that she has to have is changing order one time, which isn't awfully bad, but sometimes it can miss just because of that. But apart from that one condition on the unique, fairly consistent, not too crazy. And you also get access to Dazzling Disorientation, like we mentioned, on Air Groove. She has Meticulous Measures. Unfortunately, you don't get to use her Wit card if you are super deck inclined, so you won't get Perfect Prep. But that's mostly the only downside. Intimidation, or Adored by All, Intimidate is the white skill. You can buy. It is fairly expensive, 170, so 340 at base level. So consider your other options before buying something so expensive. But Dazzling Disorientation makes it so that she's generally a pretty good option. And her unique is not too bad. But generally, the Pace Chaser slot is pretty contested between these 4. The front and the lates are pretty well decided. But that covers the meta for sprint. We can lightly touch on Hishi Akabono real fast. So I used her for a little bit. Her growths aren't the best, so you don't have speed or wit bonuses. You do have a power bonus, which is okay, but generally you want to have at least 1 speed or wit bonus across TT Umas just to make it a little bit easier. I had trouble with her unique being pretty consistent. I don't know if it was the 6th to 3rd requirement or what it was, but she seemed to not be too consistent. It was almost like Bakshin levels of consistency on her unique. I'm not sure what happened, but that's just usually what happened. She does have Perfect Prep as a potential skill, so very good on that. But the rest of the skills, Gourmand is pretty expensive. I don't even know if I could say a little. You're looking at 360 base, but Perfect Prep is the other good one. And she can get Fast Learner, so that's another thing I should mention. Umas that have Fast Learner events from their costume events. You can see here, this is one of her costume events. She can get Fast Learner, so that does help when picking them for the tier list. And that it helps their position, so they get bumped up a little bit if they can hit Fast Learner from a costume event, because that gives you 2 times the chances versus just hitting the random event that always happens. So whenever you see those +5 and +30 stats, that is a chance for dropping Fast Learner, which Fast Learner, what that does, if you don't know, drops all the hint levels by 10%, and for a gold that stacks because it applies to both the gold and the white, so pretty much 20% off of each gold that you're buying whenever you get Fast Learner. So it is very valuable when you have 2 chances at it. So another thing to keep in mind when looking at the tier list. But yeah, she's okay. In my testing, I didn't like her that much, so that's just why I have her where she is on the tier list. But I do think that she is a little bit better than the other 2, being Bakshin and King Halo. King Halo I already mostly touched on. we'll go ahead and just go to them anyway so they can have their own section. So Bakshin, like I mentioned, she does have ideal growth rates. This is pretty nice. Anything that's 20% and 10% in either or is generally going to be your best options as far as team trials go, since most of your deck is going to be centered about speed wit. But like I mentioned, side block continued as a front runner isn't really the greatest, and being an order rate of 3rd or better for a pace chaser isn't really the greatest either. So she's got a much more inconsistent unique, I would say, versus Akabono, which is why I have her lower. Turbo Sprint is nice, but you can't use her card, and that is a 320 level gold for that. Staggering Lead, never really would buy on her. She doesn't usually get this far enough ahead to be able to proc that as far as the gold skill. So she really only has one gold skill, which is over 300 SP base, and a pretty iffy unique. If it was me, probably run her front runner if you were free to play and didn't have access to these other cards, and you would run Bakshin front, Air Groove pace, and then King Halo late if you are like super strapped for Umas. But I don't recommend her if you are Uma inclined. I'm not the biggest advocate for running her versus the other options if you have good availability for sprint. Of course, there are off meta situations. So probably the most prominent one, which is in my my sprint that you'll see if you ever looked at it, is Ogre is in my sprinter, in my sprint team. So the reason why I've done this, and ideally I would have her run as a pace chaser and then move Air Groove to a late surger, so you get the benefit of Air Groove having a more consistent unique, and Ogre's unique is practically guaranteed with a front runner in the lobby. So it's much harder to do, but if you have the spark availability and the the willingness to commit to it, as long as you can get together 10 sprint sparks, which is fairly difficult. Most good borrows don't really have more than 7 or 8. You do get access to probably one of the most consistent uniques as far as a pace chaser goes. Generally, she's going to be 5th or better in a TT race, and the order rate being less than 50% is practically the same thing. And in this distance, she'll probably be catching up to a front runner in a sprint. So she is very good. Is it worth it if you are really strapped for sparks? Unsure. It also depends on the rest of your Umas that you have available. So if you're really strapped on dirt Umas, like all 3 of these are 3 stars. Ogre herself is a 3-star, but most of the dirt Umas are 3-starred. So if you really need her to, it's okay to just keep her in dirt. This is more just a min-max thing. I think she's more valuable than any of the other pace chasers in here, just because it's much easier to get her to unique, and her growths are pretty great. But just something I wanted to talk about really quickly as far as a flex pick for sprint. And then talked about her before, King Halo. Growth rates not ideal, okay with a 20% power. She does have a sprint inherently, so that is nice, but this unique is pretty rough sometimes. Temptation count, I should mention while I'm here. This just means that they are not rushed, or they did not get... Actually, I think it's just rushed. Someone could probably confirm for me in chat that it's just rushed, but it could... I'm pretty sure this also counts for late starts. So no late start, no rushed is already the first condition, and then hitting this order rate condition is the second part. Is it possible to run Ogre as late and dirt? Yeah. Hey, Pace Chaser, late Searcher, she works in both. Completely fine. Just rushed? Okay. Only Bourbon has the late start. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, because I thought that was the thing with it. Yeah, bad start. Okay, cool. So just not rushed. But I don't know. She still has some consistency issues. It's really strange. I don't know. I was more hopeful after the 11-11 change that she'd be a little bit better. But that was not the case. I would much rather prefer Air Groove as the late surger there. Okay. But that covers all of the sprinters and the flex pick for sprint. I mean, because we're talking about Ogre running sprint, anyone that has an E-sprint, you can try and flex for sprint. It's Maru and normal Maruzensky are other flex picks that you can have. They are basically at an A in sprint already, but they're so strong on mile that I don't recommend it, especially if you're lower on the UMA availability list. So, and Suzuka Sprint exists. I'd much rather have someone that has changing gears or a step on the gas or Summer Maruzensky's availability on mile races or dirt races. So that's why they aren't in sprint. You can do it, but it would probably be better for you to run them in the mile races if you have them. So with that in mind, we can move on to the mile races. So like I said, Summer Maruzensky, we come in here 15%, 15%. Extremely good growth rates for team trials. Paired with Rico and like 3 stamina sparks, you can hit the stamina goal really easily. And she has access to Restless on the majority of tracks. I believe it was something like 90% of the mile tracks have an uphill. Granted, I don't know exactly where they all are, but my Summer Maruzensky is like somewhere around 650-ish. Oh, not even. So 580, and she would probably live just off of Restless most of the time. The main goal for stamina is like 450 plus a gold for a mile. So being able to have these 2 whites and Restless by itself is enough to survive the majority of the time. So she is extremely good for the mile slot if you have Summer Maruzensky. I know quite a bit of people pulled for her, so she can be very good. Mile Maven, same thing. Pretty on the little bit more expensive side. I believe she gets a hint from the first race that she runs, if I'm not mistaken. If she wins this race, I think she gets a hint towards that. So around 300. I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain. But pretty consistent gold skills, ideal growth rates, and in an environment where hitting the stamina requirement with Rico is not hard at all. Her unique is also extremely consistent. All you need is to be less than third, which for a front runner shouldn't be that hard. And you only need 1 recov to go off, which with corner recovery and Moxie in her kit is almost impossible to miss. Obviously you could miss the recov proc and not get the unique off, but in general she has one of the most consistent uniques across the mile team. So probably still the top option. Same thing goes for normal Maruzensky. They can pretty much go in the same spot. 10%, 20%. And Redshift is practically guaranteed. And then she has changing gears for a mile, and she has step on the gas for a mile. Step on the gas I usually skip having to change order one time if she's an extremely strong front runner can be a little bit iffy. It's not guaranteed. So if you don't get concentration, she has focus inherently. So that is also good. But yeah, both Marzenskis probably going to be your #1 picks for fronts in the mile. You can flex pick them. So you'll see here that I have Marzensky Dirt. If you do not have Falco, she is going to be your next option as far as getting a front runner into Dirt. The same concept as Ogre Sprint or Suzuka Sprint. D in Dirt, so you're looking at 7 sparks for Dirt to get her into the Dirt mile. Not too bad. It is a little bit harder to find Dirt sparks versus Sprint sparks, but with parent farming and Dirt G1s being pretty sought after, shouldn't be too bad. And if you're really looking to optimize your team trials score, it's not that bad of a sacrifice. But if you are Falco-less, that is your second option, and not awfully hard to build. Maybe just off of borrows, but that is where the Marzenskis sit. Second option, another 3-star, so a little bit more exclusivity, but Fuji Kiseki. So this one's a little funny. Her unique is quite 50-50 in my experience. The order rate part is not too difficult, and it being able to proc on anything past the final corner is not too bad. The lane condition is the hard part to hit. So if there's no one close to her, behind her, you can see here, behind near lane time set, having an Uma behind her for 1 second within the 5-meter condition and the 2.7 lane condition, left to right, obviously. Sometimes she just doesn't hit that. So she can be pretty variable sometimes in terms of hitting that. I think it's the 5-meter condition that she really gets hit on. But the rest of her kit is so good that generally it's okay if she throws the unique off. With all the races that you'll be running over the course of the week, it's okay that she has a semi-unique. It's kind of like Bakshin, honestly. She might be a little bit more consistent, to be honest. But Unyielding Spirit in the kit, very cheap white. Big Sisterly is super cheap, so this is going to be your Unyielding Spirit upgrade. 240 for a pretty much guaranteed skill proc, as long as she passes one person over 5 seconds into the race. It is a very cheap gold to proc, so she is very popular. Mile corners is inherent, so 100 SP skill just from the get-go, and she can get disorient. I believe this is with another option for stat plus skill points too. So a cheap skill that you could buy, or a stat event. And then if you do need the power, or not the power, if you do need the stamina for whatever reason, she does have preferred positions gold skill in there too. So should be all good on hitting stamina requirements while still having really good gold options for the higher potentials. And her unique is okay. Not the best, but her growths are also good too. So maybe one of those Umas where you'd probably run 3 speed and 2 wit just because of no speed growth. But that's up to your cards and how the runs go, and you can kind of decide from there, or decipher which of those decks works out better. But that is Fuji Kiseki. I do have her at the Pace Chaser slot for the meta picks. And finally, we have Vodka. So everyone should have access to Vodka, thankfully. So we do have one Uma in here that is not a 3-star. I think the only issue that we ever have with Vodka is that sometimes her unique can also be a little inconsistent, being that the order rate must be 3rd with the 200%, or not 200%, 200 meters remaining or less, and the diff behind. The diff behind and the diff in front are the two harder portions of the skill to hit. Remaining distance isn't too bad. Order rate less than 50% and over third isn't the worst. Preferably would be second, just to give us a little bit more leniency. But having horse lengths behind or in front are the harder parts of hitting that unique. So apart from that, not too crazy on unique consistency, especially a mile. It's not a crazy ask to have an UMA one length in front or one length behind, because that does not include the side lane variants. But sometimes she does miss unique, so do not be alarmed if she does miss unique occasionally. She is fairly decent apart from that, especially with these growths. These growths are pretty nice for a 2-3 setup, and you don't have to do any aptitude building or anything like that. And hitting stamina requirement with breath of fresh air isn't the worst either. Plus, mile straightaways inherently. Furious Feet isn't something I would normally buy. It is a little expensive, and it does have an order rate requirement, so if you do get unlucky with who you're facing or the NPC UMA spawns, sometimes it can be a little bit iffy to activate, but that's just my opinion on that. I think it's a little expensive for what it is, but the rest of the kit is fairly good for team trials. So I think that is as much as that goes, but that is the top 3 I have selected. And I should mention the other reason why Vodka gets preferred as far as the top 3 is because she's highly accessible too. The competition for mile isn't really the greatest as far as late surges go either, in terms of consistency and skill selection. So she has a little bit of privilege there, getting selected for the meta option. I should mention that normal Marazinski does have a fast learner event, so she could take priority over anyone else too, just because of that fact alone. 2 chances at fast learner being very good. But we'll go ahead and talk about the mile slop section. So Wedding Air Groove, I only don't have her meta because generally you're going to have her counterpart in sprint, so it's kind of hard to add her in. But she is honestly quite good as a pace chaser, honestly, but unfortunately she's taken down by her counterpart being a meta pick for sprint. But she gets the same skill as Fuji Kaseki, being Big Sisterly, a pretty much near guaranteed gold skill proc. Corner Connie is okay, but very expensive. She has access to ramp up. She has skills from events, being Go With The Flow being a really good one. So she's really not the worst. But since you're likely to have her counterpart in sprint, it's kind of hard to force her into mile. But she is a good pocket pick if you already have a very strong sprint team. And we move on to one of our new characters. Actually, we have 2 new characters followed up. This does not have any experience for me, but this is mostly from just reading on their uniques plus their growth rates. So the biggest reason why Festival Gold City is second, I mean, honestly, you could possibly put her third or first in terms of the majority of mile and outside of the meta, because her growth rates are super strong. I mean, she covers each of the bases that you're going to be building in terms of cards. So your speed cards overflowing into 8% of power bonus, and the wit cards get a nice 14% bonus. So running a 3-2 here would be likely extremely strong. no aptitude building or anything. The only downside really is that lion weight is so extremely expensive. I mean, you're looking at a 360 base SP recovery. So if you are running Festival Gold City, maybe more stamina sparks instead of having to rely on lion weight, just because of how expensive it is. But the rest of her kit is very good. Late Searcher Savvy, 110, very nice. Battle Formation's a little bit more expensive at 160. But this one isn't too hard to hit as a Late Surger either. Late Surger Corners, 130, not too bad. And then she gets all these nice skills from events. 1.5 mil CC and Unyielding Spirit being the key ones. And then her unique isn't the worst. There are a lot of conditions here. Mostly the block side continue time. For a Late Surger, it's not the worst thing, but it can still miss sometimes if she doesn't get the blocked continue time. But apart from that, I mean, her growths are fantastic. I really do like that growth list. And the skills from events. She does not have a fast learner hint though. It is a hot topic hint. So, but the other thing I should mention for Gold City specifically, let me see if I can find it. She does have this, which is extremely crazy. I might look into trying building her instead of vodka if I can, because she can just print SP randomly. This can occur any amount of times during her career, where you can just turn 15 energy into 40 skill points, or have a mood up and 1 stat up. But of course for team trials, the 40 SP for 15 energy trade is crazy, to be honest. So I might actually look into this one. But apart from that, yeah, she's just pretty good overall. I think the only downfall she really has is her gold selection, plus her unique just being a little iffy, but honestly, not even that much worse than vodkas, if I had to say. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to Dober. Dober is my next pick, another new Uma added to the tier list. Pretty ideal on the growths, 10%, 20% speed wit, so pretty good there. Her unique seems to hit pretty often in CM. I have not tested it in TT though. These are fairly specific, and she does have a temptation account, so no rushed, or she does not activate the skill. So sometimes it can just straight up miss from being rushed, even with her iffy conditions there too. But Late Surger always, because of those conditions, you're looking at 50 and 70%. So 6th place and what is that, 6th to 8th on the placements. So little tough depending on your opponent and who you're going against. She also has kind of dead gold counts. She really gets her position here from her growth, and that's pretty much it. And the other competition left in the mile slot aren't really fantastic, so pretty iffy. The whole back third of this tier list I wouldn't consider most of the time. I'm gonna move on to Hishi Amazon. So less than ideal growth rates, not the greatest. I believe her unique is a little bit better to hit. A little bit better to hit, I should say. Final corner to the end, order rate of greater than 40 and changing order 1 time. And is behind in, I believe, checks if girl behind you is closer to the inner fencing. A little bit of a funny skill, but if she's swinging outside as an end closer, it's okay. But yeah, I don't know. Kind of an iffy unique to hit sometimes in team trials, and her gold skill selection is kind of on the same wavelength as Dober, where I mean, this is a medium skill, not the best. And this end closer skill is 180. So very expensive. And I don't recommend her for medium because she has no inherent gold recovery either to help her out. That's why I have her in mile. But even then, I wouldn't really put her on the recommendation for either. Last one is Gold City. Kind of on the same level as Amazon Looking In. Pretty rough growth rates, honestly. The only way you could probably get worse than this is having stamina or guts and nothing on the ideal 3. A mile, A pace, A late. This is where she belongs. Keep It Real is pretty okay. Is Overtake does add a toss-up in there in terms of the order rate already, but not the worst unique to hit. But her skills aren't the best. Keen Eye is okay. Slightly expensive, but this can help you hit a stamina goal if you are not at 600 already. On Your Left, though, not the best. On Your Left can be pretty weird to hit sometimes as a late surger in TT, where the NPCs are super weak. So, a little funny. But just a random point during the late race where it could pick super late as a random point and she wouldn't hit. So not the best selection of gold skills paired with a pretty iffy unique and less than ideal growth rates make it so that she's at the bottom end of the tier list. But that covers the mile racers now. So we've gone through the sprint and we've gone through the mile, and now we'll move on to medium. So I probably won't cover the entirety of medium. I think I'll probably limit this to about the top 5 with some mentions on why certain Umas aren't too great, maybe down towards the bottom, or I might just touch on them briefly just because there's so many medium runners in here. The majority of these medium and long runners too, generally they all have a medium and a long for most of them, so they can move in between each too. But for hitting retention, you mostly want to stick to this top 5, top 8 range, maybe extend out to top 10 depending on your UMA availability, and take out anyone that isn't free to play friendly too, and then sort by that. Nice Natured could probably get moved up, but her unique is a little bit funny, requiring 3rd place. So yeah, we'll go ahead and go into the medium top 3. So starting off with a banger, Wedding Mayano Top Gun is very clearly going to be your #1 pick if you have her. She does have the guaranteed fast learner event if you have 500 wit or more. You can see it here. So it doesn't have it listed here, but if you're above 500 wit and this event comes up, you are guaranteed to drop fast learner, which already makes her a extremely good Team Trials Uma. And she even has this straightaway excel hint. So if you have an SSR Rico, you get an automatic discount on Russian Gale if you do have Rico in there. So another good hint too. She has her secret event, which generally isn't that hard to hit. You can hit the G1s in her late career and just swap around the racing style and win fairly easily later in the career. These ones are guaranteed, so maybe hit the harder end closer and late surger requirements here and get the pace chaser front runners towards earlier in the career. But that gives you a pretty decent amount of stat and skill points and all these hints, though I don't really recommend any of these hints on her really. Slick Surge is a little iffy and Straightaway Spurt is okay but a little bit expensive as a +1. But moving into her skill list, Mystifying Murmur's okay. You do need a blocked front, but generally she's ran as a late surger slash end closer, as I have listed here. Ideally an end closer, because then you can access Crusader as the vision skill. But she does have Swing and Maestro inherent, which makes it extremely easy for her to live medium races as long as you buy this and hit the stamina requirements for an end closer or late surger, which is pretty cheap as far as anything. And then on top of all that, her unique is extremely good. So no matter where she's ran, front to end, the front and pace chasers only have to be order rate 40 or less and change order once, and she will unique in the final corner. So pace chaser basically guaranteed here. Front runner, I mean, if she front runs the whole time, maybe that's the only issue, but not too bad. And then as a late or end, and this hits no matter what you put her as. So if she's a pace and she's all the way back here for whatever reason, it's okay. It's not like it's barred out if she's not running late or end, but that's just what it's more likely to happen as. But late or end closer, 50 to 80%, so 6th to, I believe it's either 9th or 10th. And changing order one time as a later end closer, not very difficult for a TT Yuma. And final corner, and she will unique. So anywhere across this entire order rate, so as long as she's not the middle or she isn't front running the entire race, you're pretty much guaranteed a unique too. So extremely good. She has inherent fast learner. She has very good growth rates for it. She's just really the ideal Team Trials Uma as far as everything goes. If you are inclined to have her or so gifted to have this Uma, she should definitely be in your Team Trials team. So moving on from the GOAT, we have Agnes Tachyon. Everyone knows this one. Everyone hopefully has this one. But extremely good for Team Trials. She does have a 20% growth rate on speed, so you can lessen your speed card usage and go with wit. And this is one of those Umas where you probably don't need a stamina card at all, or a power card either. You can just go full speed wit on her, and that is because she has access to Uma 2. You are looking at gold recovery level recovery for a fairly decent unique to proc, as long as there's a front runner in the race. This is not, I wouldn't say extremely easy, but 3rd to 5th isn't the craziest for a pace chaser with front runners in the lobby. And then on top of that, you have race planner to cover the rest of the stamina requirement. So putting those two together, you have two 5.5% heal skills in her kit. Dominator, kind of pass on that one, but medium corners, medium straightaways, both 100 SP hints, or not 100 SP hints, 100 SP skills, just from awakening and potential levels. And yeah, I mean, she's just kind of the easy to run, not needing a very high stamina requirement because she has 2 gold recoveries basically. You can pretty much run her like 650 to 700 stamina, and 700 might even be high. 650, 600 sounds more right if you're truly min-maxing. So you really don't need all that much to run her in medium. Long, a little bit more like 800 and those two. But yeah, she is going to be your pace chaser queen for medium. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, she is one of those fast learner Umas too. So she gets a lot of benefit from that as well. So we'll go ahead and move on to your front runner pick, which, as you saw, is going to be Mihona Bourbon. She doesn't have ideal growth rates for this, lacking both wit and speed, so she can be a little bit difficult to build for medium. Her unique isn't the worst. Like we talked about, bad start and temptation count. If she has high wit, it's less likely to happen, but if she does late start or she does rush at any point in the race, She's not going to unique, so that's kind of the only downside. But an order rate of less than 3 is pretty easy aside from that condition. And the same thing goes for her skills. Taking the lead, extremely good by itself. Very cheap gold skill in her arsenal already. She has both of the aptitude corners and straightaways for her running style. And she has Track Blazer as a inherent gold skill, being 320 SP for a skill that is pretty easy to hit. In our experimentation, 750 stamina with her is generally livable for team trials, so not a crazy stamina requirement as long as you have Rico plus, let's say, like 9 stamina sparks. Should be generally okay, maybe a little bit more depending on your card availability, but not the worst to hit in terms of stamina requirement. And it lets your Agnes Tachyon be a little bit more consistent on her unique too. Picking from the the big pool of Umas that we have here, we'll probably go over the free ones and then a couple touch-ons like Special Week Summer, since maybe a lot of you have her from pulling on I don't know why my music keeps stopping. From pulling on that summer banner with Summer Marzensky. Some people might have her, so she's good to mention. But we'll go over Grass Wonder, Daiwa, and Tokaiteo real fast. They are probably going to be your best options as a more free-to-play friendly player, especially those two, Grass Wonder and Daiwa. So Grass Wonder is one of those Umas that benefits from the Fast Learner costume event, like we mentioned before. The harder thing with her is going to be having her live with no inherent recovery. So you can see there's no gold recovery in her kit. She does get Be Still, which is a supplementary skill that you can pick up as far as living the race. But you are going to have to go higher stamina on her. Maybe 800 to be safe on most tracks. I think if she does end up getting a 2400 meter that is stretched a little bit and might need a couple white recoveries to be okay. So she is a little bit iffy. But if you are low on Uma count, maybe running a Rice Shower power card or running a what was it? There's a speed card that you can borrow that would help you with this. So on a late surger, I believe it is Zeno Robroy, if I remember correctly. You can get Lion Weight for a late surger. And this would help her out a lot. So maybe sacrifice your borrow slot, assuming that you have Kitasan Black 3LB or higher. Even if you don't have Kitasan Black, honestly, having her live might be more important than running Kitasan at this stage, as we've started to pick up a little bit that it's okay to not run Kitasan Black as long as you high roll out of it. So having her live consistently versus having a higher speed stat might be more important, but that's just kind of how I look at it. And she does have a 20% speed bonus anyway, so having 2 speed cards and one of them not being Kitasan Black might not be the worst thing. You could go even one less wit card instead and go 3-2 if you are worried about capping out speed without Kitasan, but just to have her live and have the peace of mind that she'll survive every race may be worth it. And her unique, not the hardest thing in the world. The whole final corner to the end and only needing to be 3rd or worse and change order 1 time, pretty easy. So she doesn't have a hard time there with that. Her gold skills are really the greatest. Dominator being the cheaper of the two is probably going to be the only one that I would recommend buying in like a really low hint spread. But ideally, you'd probably pass up on both of those two, unless you really need it and your skills aren't looking too great. But yeah, that's where Grasp Wonder will sit. I did run her for a little bit, so I have a little bias towards her. And then moving on to the other free-to-play friendly option, being Daiwa. Probably run her as a front runner most of the time. Kind of the same concept as Grass Wonder, where you can use a borrow on one of the new cards, or I should preface, this is because her unique, she needs to be second moving into first, or she needs to be first place over half of the race in to even proc her unique. So without her having a front runner blue skill like she does for Pace Chaser, it might be better to go ahead and pick up the new Myono Top Gun speed card here. You can see it has Restless, which on most tracks will proc at a time where it will be a useful gold for you to use. So that would probably be your best borrow option if you do not have the card yourself. And after that, she could be a good free-to-play option if you do not have that many Umas. And I believe Killer Tunes isn't that bad of a skill either. 320 for a less than 50%. Not the worst. But her kit is more Pace Chaser oriented, so she is a little bit shorter on the skills list. She also has a 20% guts growth, so not the best, but if you're low on Uma count, not the worst either. As far as the rest of these Umas go, Asian Flash benefits from Lane Legendarian, like we talked about earlier, 240 SP gold skill, and she does have a fast learner costume event, and she also has pretty good growth rates too. I used to rank her fairly low, and then I used her for a little bit, and she is pretty good. She's like the late surger variant of Mihona Bourbon on her unique, so not the worst, pretty good, especially given her wit percentage bonus. She can be pretty dang good in terms of your late surger pick, so if you do have her, not a bad option to pick from, given that she can proc fast learner too. Summer Spay is going to be in the same ballpark of why Agnes Tachyon's good. You can go much lower on her recovery count because she has a 55 or 5.5% unique heal, and all you have to do for this is be order rate less than 70%, which isn't the worst. For a late surge, it can be a little iffy. I believe mine misses this, or the one that I did use missed this a decent amount of times. But as long as she uses 2 mid-range skills, which she gets 1 from a costume event, one of these gives her Fighter. This counts for 1. Clairvoyance also counts for 1. So both of those, or Clairvoyance might be an early race skill. She does have Tail Held High, and I think she had another late race or mid race skill somewhere, but not really the worst thing to activate. Oh, there it is, Ramp Up. Not really the worst thing to activate, and you can go much lower on her stamina requirement because of that. You're looking at, like I said, for Mihona Bourbon, 750, but that was for a front runner. So you can go like 700, maybe 650 even for a late surger on medium. But that's why I have her highly rated. Apart from that, her growths aren't really the best, but her unique saves her from going lower on the tier list, and is generally considered to be a good medium pick Uma if you do have her. As far as the rest of the medium list, Tokai Teo's alternate I ran for a little bit, and that's because she has so many recoveries in her kit. So you'll see here, as a pace chaser. So really, the main issue is that her main competition is Agnes Tachyon, which everyone has, and is already one of the best picks that you can have for medium. So that's kind of why she's bumped out of the top 3. But Miraculous Step is fairly consistent. Raise Planner is very consistent. So you can go a lot lower on her stamina requirement. But with her main competition being Agnes Tachyon and her unique being a little finicky sometimes, you can see all the conditions there. It's kind of hard to pick her for your medium team. So if you do have her, you can pick her and she won't do that bad. Is Agnes Tachyon better? Yes. Kind of the one issue that she runs into. So I think as far as the medium list, that's really everyone that I really wanted to cover. The reason why the other free-to-play options like Nice Nature or Ryan are this low is their uniques are not generally favorable in terms of trying to get them to go consistently. Ryan, as you may know from CM, is generally pretty hard to hit. I mean, this is extremely specific, and if she starts getting ahead of the NPCs early, almost, I mean, you probably won't see it that much at all from a late surger perspective, and isn't really the greatest either. So kind of hard to pick for team trials because of that. And then the same thing with Nice Nature. Even though I do like the growth rates that she does have, because she has to be in 3rd for her unique to go off and have someone behind her as well, hard to pick her for your medium team. Unfortunately, she does have pretty good growth and a lot of people do like her, so unfortunate, but those are why those two are pretty low. All right, let me take a pause on the video segment and I'll go ahead and answer questions. I need to let my cat out, he is yelling. All right, so now that we're taking a pause break, if anyone wants to ask TT questions or any of the tier list segments, now would be a good time. I'll take like a 10-minute break or something. I'm also pretty hungry. Let me go ahead and scroll up actually. Hi TT guide, this is a skill, this is how I buy. I wish it could be so simple, but I just want to get all the details out that I can. I am really understaffed on the mile department. Is it viable to run Wedding Mayano as an end closer here so I can neatly close my team, or should I run her as front? So let me see. Let me look at her kit again. I know she has a C mile, so, or no, it's a D mile, so it's not that bad. And then with the rest of the list. So she is like your next best option. I mean, of course, ideally you'd want to have her as a medium runner, but for mile, it's okay. It's kind of like moving Taishin to mile, where she probably has a better slot somewhere else. But Wedding Mayano is so good that it's probably okay. I mean, you're not going to be buying Mystifying Murmur most of the time for team trials. So if you're just going swinging Maestro, I mean, probably don't even need that, honestly, for mile. But having access to an Uma that can just get fast learner like it's nothing, you probably want to have her anyways. So if your mile team's understaffed, it's probably okay. I mean, run her as a later end closer or a pace chaser. I think front's kind of iffy on her just because of the order rate. Oh, the change order. That was it. The change order makes it a little bit harder for her to be selected for full front runner. But as a pace chaser, not too bad. For a double pal grass medium, if I run both Zeno Robroy and Fukuwit, they have 25 RB. No way I can cope with that right for race maxing. That's true. Forgot about that. I mean, that is rough. I'm trying to dig into my bag to think about that. I don't know. That mostly comes down to access of stamina sparks probably then. I mean, if you have enough stamina sparks, then picking something with race bonus, like I'm going to assume no nice nature wit. Well, I guess you would borrow nice nature wit instead of Zeno Robroy. So that would bring your race bonus back up. But then you'd have to have enough stamina to have Grass Wonder live. So it's kind of, I don't know, it's a little iffy with her. I mean, if you're able to stack white recovs, maybe it's not the worst. But then you have to rely on getting hits for white recovs. So she can be iffy. Xmas Hayahide for long it's usable. I think so. I mean, her kit doesn't look like the worst. I think the only funny-ish thing with Hayahide is her gold recovery's kind of strange. But it's across the whole long race, it's not really the worst. I feel like it would probably proc at some point during the race, so it's not like the worst thing ever. And being run as a pace chaser, you get access to preferred position too. So I think her unique was good too. Yeah, for a pace chaser, this is pretty nice. Does having a skill like It's On as an innate on your Uma give additional SP discount when you get one from the career? No. No, it doesn't. If they have a inherent skill that is coming from cards or from the career itself, it kind of hurts a little bit. Because now you have one less skill that you could have gotten from innate skills. Or from potential skills. But, I mean, it's not like the end of the world. So some of the Umas that have something happen like that are highly rated probably make it back up in terms of growth rates for unique. I was wondering how much stamina does Super Creek need for long team trials. I see conflicting information on how much stamina is really needed and often struggle to meet requirements. So assuming that you're buying Swing and Maestro most of the time, like for example, my Super Creek has 760 stamina, finishes pretty much every race every time. She is lower speed though, so if we go ahead and take a look at a Super Creek that does have her speed stat high, I have 800 here with mostly just Swing the Maestro and Pure Heart. Hydra and Deep Breaths aren't really doing too much here. But this one would finish pretty well most of the time. This is a 7.5% recovery, so it's high. Pair that with 5.5% from Swing the Maestro. I mean, really all you need is probably 800 and those two, Pure Heart and Swing the Maestro, and that should be okay for the majority of long races. You could probably check in the racing sim if that's correct, but that should be livable for up to 3,000. I could probably check myself, honestly. Let's see. So if we take 800, and we'll go Super Creek, and then we'll add Swing the Maestro to her. We'll just assume a normal distance. And let's go to Tokyo. Maybe it's Nakayama. No. One of these has a 3,000. Kyoto. So if we go here, we can see that with those two recoveries alone, she makes it to the end of a 3,000 with 800. So you really don't need all that much for long team trials. Just those two recovs by themselves. I mean, this is Pure Heart right here, and this is Swinging Maestro here. It's really, I mean, it is quite a bit of stamina that she gets off that. It looks like she'd even survive a 3,200 meter, which she does. So as long as she's hitting unique plus Swinging Maestro, 800 stamina is perfectly fine on her. And that's just with Swinging Maestro. If you get more like Gormon, you can go even lower. You could probably go like 650 with Gormon. Let's see. So with 650, she, yeah, I mean, she does 3,200 meters with Swinging Maestro Gormon. There's a new race simulator which shows you more stuff like the skills, etc. too. Is it the skill table, or is it just a new one entirely? That'd be pretty nice. I have 4-star Marzensky. At what distance you recommended? Yeah, definitely mile. I think Marzensky should stay in mile as far as your team trials team. I feel like she's too good at that distance. So either dirt or normal mile too. You can run her dirt. Hachi. Is it this one? Oh. Nice. I'll save that one. Oh, cool. You even get like the moods and everything. That's nice. But yeah, Super Creek, you can really go low. I have MLB Kawakami. Is it worth to run her as a second speed card to all my TTs? Keys on black first. Or should I consider more time and place? So I mean, generally, MLB Kawakami is going to be so strong having center stage that I'd probably recommend her across everyone, to be honest. And I mean, at MLB, she's a pretty dang strong card. I mean, it's not like you're really sacrificing that much off a MLB Kawakami. I can't open her right now. Actually, maybe I could go into my friends list. But yeah, I mean, it's not like the worst card of all time. It's a pretty good card. It's not like you're picking Nishino Flower or anything. She has speed bonus, she has power bonus, initial speed, friendship bonus, and mood effects okay. Initial speed, friendship gauge is okay. And she has good race bonus. The only downside is her spec pile, but you can just high roll past that. So I would definitely use her if you have her. I want MLB Kawi. So oh, correct race course. The other one had wrong hills. That's nice. Is it okay to run 2 fronts or 2 lates in one distance, or is it better to run 3 different styles? Always better to run 3 different styles, like I went over earlier. So if we go here, if you're running 3 different styles, you have 3 different chances at getting good positioning. If you stack them, then you miss out on a set of good positioning. So if you have 2 front runners, you can only get this one time. There's only one Uma in the race that will get good positioning, and that's because they'll be the front runner for that running style. So the first place pace chaser is the one that gets the positioning bonus. So mid-race, Super Creek wasn't first in all the pace chasers, so she missed it. But late race, she got good positioning because she was first out of all of them. So if you stack, you can only get good positioning once. And that's if they get first place too. They might lose out good positioning just to someone else. So that's 0 for 2 Umas guaranteed there. Positioning bonus does a pretty good amount of work. That's for 4,000 points most of the time for you guys. So something to keep in mind. Why do you race so much for TT Umas? That's how you afford all the skills. So each of these races is giving me 65 SP, maybe a little bit more. I guess a better example would be someone that has a good stat list. So pretty decent stats, but running these 31 races is what nets you all these skills. And like we discussed at the beginning of the stream, that is where a pretty significant amount of your points will come from in team trials. So maybe like 20% less for the average player at around A5, A4 nowadays. But 20,000 points just straight up from skills, and she missed some here, so it could be a lot higher. Plus her unique. So 27,000 points just from skills. Yeah. If you're able to run extra races while hitting the stat requirements, then that would be ideal. Yeah, it's all about feel and the cards you have available. So adjust the amount of races as needed. Determined by what cards you have. Taishin for miles not too bad. My only discomfort with Taishin is her skills. So she is good in mile, for example, and her unique is consistent. Like, this isn't too bad for an end closer, but man, sleeping lion, expensive. Encroaching shadow, expensive. That's her only downside as a team trial Zuma. Super expensive on her gold skills that she has available. But as a racer, not too bad. Nerd, what do your SRs look like? Bad gross? Yeah, pretty bad. I mean, what was that? 10% speed and 20% guts? Not like the best either. That's why I don't have her that highly rated. I mean, she's pretty low on long. She'd probably be around the same as Dober on mile, maybe a little bit worse. You'd probably be in between Amazon and Gold City. Where can I see the tier list? Well, unfortunately, I can't. I can't link the tier list. The best I can do is just leave this up for a screenshot. If I could link the tier list, I would. But I don't think it saves my edits if I send it. Can you post on Twitter? Yeah, I will. Actually, I'll go ahead and post that right now. And all right, went ahead and posted that to Twitter for anyone that would like to download it. Was this an updated tier list to the one that I posted a while back? Yeah, it is. So this one is updated for Christmas. And I moved a couple of Umas that I changed my mind about. Were you racing only Jupiter Cup for SP to level up all support cards? Yeah, so I mean, right now I'm at the point where I'm flooded with both, honestly. But before I was upgrading support cards just to get support bonus. But now I'm maxed on everything that I have. And they've given me so much SP at this point that I'm really just waiting for more cards. Oh no. They have it. Got it in here somewhere. Yeah, I mean, I'm at 836,000 now. Morning, evening? Yeah, good afternoon. Pretty close. All right. I think we could probably move into long now. I don't think there's much else to talk about in medium. The rest of it's fairly self-explanatory. Just looking at game tour lists. Teo doesn't have a recov, so it makes it a little bit harder to build. Fuku's not too bad. Coco's vouched for armor Fuku a little bit, and she does get clairvoyance without having to use her own card. But I think he ran her in long. I just don't have that much experience with her. Opera is kind of middle of the road. Not great on really anything, just kind of in the middle. And that pretty much goes for these three in general. Opera, Rudolph, and Mommy Creek. Ticket has a very not great unique. Brian has not a great kit either. it kind of just goes down the line where their kits, their growths, and their uniques aren't really the best for team trials, really. But apart from that, I feel like we could probably move on to long for now. So we'll go ahead and jump into the best, easiest accessible long Uma, which is going to be Super Creek. This one's pretty self-explanatory. So with Super Creek, talked about her a little bit just now, but her growth is pretty good. Getting speed on her can be a little bit iffy, but for a long Uma, it's not crazy if you don't cap speed. Usually anything over like 1,000 is pretty fine, but you can build up her wit very easily, which is nice. And then she has access to a 7.5% unique heal. That isn't really the worst thing to activate as far as a pace chaser goes. So 2nd to 5th place is what you're looking at to heal 7.5%. And then on top of all that, you have Swinging Maestro, which at this point with Swinging Maestro and Pure Heart in the kit, you only need like 750 stamina realistically to survive long team trials. And then she gets Dazzling Disorientation, which is a gold skill for 110 base for the white, so 220 SP for Dazzling Disorientation. Pretty much guaranteed for a pace chaser, so very good there. Yeah, I mean, she's just overall really accessible, lives very easily with not that much effort in terms of building for team trials, and you can pretty much speed wit her with Rico. So adjusting for your stamina sparks, of course. So maybe 9 to 12 stamina sparks plus Rico should be fine. Click stamina if needed more, but hitting 750 to 800 with her is not really the hardest thing to do. And as long as she uniques during the race, she'll be okay. So very, very good. Very, very solid Uma. The same thing's going to be said about Fantasy Grass Wonder. Same idea. Another 7.5% heal in the late surger. Now, the only issue with her is that sometimes she doesn't get past if she's strong enough. So sometimes it can be a little difficult to hit her unique, but most of the time it should be okay. And with a late surger, it's much easier for her to live in general, and she has access to cooldown inherently too. So she kind of follows the same idea as Super Creek, where you only really need this gold plus her unique, and she should be good most of the time with like 750 stamina. And again, a 15% weight growth, just like Super Creek, pretty much identical on growth, just a little bit less wit. She is very good. You don't really have to focus stam. This is another speed wit Uma. If you really want to be safe, because cooldown can be inconsistent sometimes, you could run a Super Creek or a Rice Shower card if you really want to. I believe my current Grass Wonder is running a Rice Shower, so if you are able to, that lets you get Swinging Maestro cooldown plus Superior Heal, which almost guarantees her living with extremely low stamina. You can see there's 680. So another easy to build Uma, a little bit less accessible being a 3-star. But then we get into our next one, very accessible gold chip. Super easy to build. Maybe not like crazy easy on the speed stat and wit stat, but she is accessible, so it makes it much easier to build her for your long team. And gold chip does have a very good unique that will proc pretty much every time. The likelihood that she does not proc an over 50% order rate as an end closer is so low. So this is basically guaranteed, which is very good for team trials. Having a guaranteed unique is very important. She has the Coast is Clear, very cheap gold skill, 220 that you could buy. So that is a very nice team trial skill, and she does have a gold recovery inherently. So if you really need to, Right Shower Power card does go pretty good here. Getting the second recovery there for her to live. But 800 stamina plus 2 gold recoveries for an end closer should be good for the majority of team trials races. 3 is kind of a little much, but I believe this run hit fast learner. So any method of getting an end closer recovery, you could go and borrow the new Narita Taishin wit card here. So we can see here it does give you sleeping line if you hit it, and I believe it's a level 3 sleeping line too. She also has standing by from the hints too, so something to think about when running Gold Ship. And Gold Ship is lucky enough to be one of those Umas that can get fast learner from her costume events too. So another reason why she has moved into the top 3 from my last tier list. But that is going to cover your meta for there. Saiyan Sky is like a very close second to Gold Ship into the top 3 because it gives Super Creek a little bit of an easier time to hit her unique having a front runner. And having a front runner does give you access to taking the lead. Oh my gosh, I can't spell. You do get access to running Mihono Bourbon Wit for taking the lead. She has a 20% wit growth, and her unique is pretty good as long as she has enough to live. The only reason why she doesn't sit in the top 3 is because making her live while making her a good Team Trial Zuma is the hard part. No speed growth and having to get minimum 1 gold skill and 1,000 stamina is the harder part of building her. So if you are able to, while getting good wit and good speed, feel free to build her for team trials. I did try it at some point, but I feel like with the other options that you have around her, it's a little bit of a difficult build to pull off and for her to score well. But I don't know, she's a little bit of a funny one. Of course, having concentration and taking the lead is pretty valuable. I think that this was a legitimate attempt. I don't know. She's a little funny. I don't think this one even hit stamina requirements, even with cooldown. She still died a pretty fair amount of the time. So on the harder end of building, but if it works, then it works really well. Halloween Rishar is surprisingly good. The only issue is that her competition is Super Creek, but she's really good for the same reasons that we discussed before. Stamina drain and stamina recovery. So she does get the benefit of being able to heal off her unique, and then she has Calm and Collected. So having 2 5.5% recovs right there, plus the stamina drain that she gets too. She's very easy to make live on team trials. Kind of just loses out on the stat bonuses, and I don't think that she gets a... Yeah, she doesn't get a fast learner event, so no bonus there. But the same reason why Super Creek is good, and the same reason why Grass Wonder Fantasy is good, she gets very easy survivability, making it much easier for her to build if you have access to her. So I do recommend her if you do have her and are looking for easier Umas to build. Just know that you run a little bit of risk stacking pace chasers like that, especially when Super Creek requires a certain position to activate her unique. Assuming that you'll be running her with her unique in mind to help her survive. After that, we have another new addition, which is going to be Christmas Ogre. Kind of the same issue with her as Halloween Reshar. Her competition is Super Creek. Her unique isn't really the hardest to hit, as long as you have the recubs for it, obviously. Which with her kit, it's not too bad. Gourmand 777 and anything else on the kit makes it not too bad. So 777 Hydrate. Gourmand helps her live too, so does her unique. So having her live for long isn't the worst thing in the world. I think just getting the third recovery maybe might be an issue. Kitasan Black Hints can help with that, corner recovery or straightaway recovery during the run. I just think that one, competition is Super Creek for the Pace Chaser slot, and no whip bonus can be a little bit of a pain. But she's not really that bad. I definitely put her into that top 3 to top 5 range in terms of the outside of meta Umas. Really anyone above Rice Shower, McQueen maybe, base McQueen, I would probably consider for building and not stress about it too much. Luckily, there are 3 pretty accessible Umas here. Mayano Top Gun, Gold Ship, and Super Creek, all within the top 8. So it shouldn't be too bad to build for long. Mayano just happens to be a little bit inconsistent with her unique. You probably run her as a late surger too, since Gold Ship is there. But the issue with her unique is that I believe she needs a block side continue time and an order rate of less than 3. So that is the hard part about her hitting her unique. But she does get Breath of Fresh Air, so she has a little bit more of a favorable time living. But you are going to need a little bit more Stamina Sparks since she doesn't have a recovery unique. But she does benefit from the same reason why Mayano Wedding is good, and you get the same guaranteed fast learner as long as you are above 500 wit when this event goes off. So good bonus there. But she does get held back a little bit by that unique and that growth rate. So kind of the only downside for her. Special week gets access to Gourmand inherently, and I believe she gets a wit growth, 10% wit, and access to Gourmand. Not the worst at surviving, but again, her competition is Super Creek in the Pace Chaser slot, and if you run her late surger or something else, yes, it makes her unique a little bit more consistent most of the time. Well, actually, maybe not. I think as a late surger, it might be okay. Yeah, late surger and end closer would be more consistent on this unique. But you do lose access to a gold recovery from that. So kind of the only downside to moving her around. Lose access to Stamina to Spare. So making her live for Team Trials is going to be the harder part. Trying to put her anything else from Pace Chaser, but it does make her unique a lot more likely. I could see flipping Mayano work here. Flip her in special week in terms of position on the list, but past her, Biwa Haihide and her Christmas variant, not too bad. She has a pretty nice bonus there, although the whip bonus isn't that high and there's no speed bonus there. Her unique isn't the worst to hit as a Pace Chaser, but of course, mentioning a Pace Chaser, the same issue where Super Creek is her competition, it kind of nullifies if she's a good Uma to pick up or not. Same goes for Rice Showers, and same goes for Mizuru McQueen. It's kind of all the way down that Super Creek is the main competition, and it's pretty much impossible to contest her for that spot. Rice Shower, not the greatest growths, a pretty good unique to hit as a Pace Chaser. And these two aren't the worst either. but and you do get cooldown cheaper with her scenario link, plus it's on level 3, but again, competition is too strong, so recommending her as a team trial zoom is tough. And then last one mentioned there was Major McQueen. Now you could run her front runner, but all the other options and the ones that I mentioned earlier that are free to play friendly are probably going to do better than her most of the time. And if you run her front runner, you lose out on calm and collected too. So a little bit harder of a build if you end up choosing her as a front runner. And if you choose her as a pace chaser, you could have chose Super Creek instead too. So a little more difficult to pick as a retention helper, but luckily 3 free-to-play Umas are within the top 8, and honestly maybe top 6, and hopefully you do have one of these in the top 5 apart from the meta tier list, so that would help out too. And anyone that can run medium or long, you can flip interchangeably, but most of the ones that are stuck in medium are in medium because they don't have inherent recovs, so it can be a little bit harder to include them in the long. Long to medium is a lot easier than medium to long, majority of the time. So, all right, and now we get to a much easier part than medium or long, and we can now explain the dirt top 3. Now the harder part about the dirt section is accessibility. You can see here that, I mean, all but 2 Umas in here are free to play friendly, that being Pasa and Urara. So selectability for dirt is much harder. If you have to cope with Urara, it's okay. That's just kind of how it goes with dirt team trials. There are far less to pick from. So we'll go ahead and start with the top 3. The first obvious one is going to be Falcon. This makes it so you do not have to aptitude build for a front runner. She has a very good unique that really isn't the worst to hit. Baction diff behind, so only a one horse length difference between her and second, which isn't the worst. And she can hit that anytime after phase 1. So really not the worst. Just a mid-race skill, pretty easy to hit. Trending in the charts is debatable. I haven't really liked this skill all that much because it requires a side block, but she has center stage inherent, which is very nice. Don't have to run Kawakami. You can pick another card from that. And her growths are pretty good. 20%, 10%. Not too bad. So she is going to be your number 1 pick as far as a dirt front runner. And like I mentioned before, if you don't have her, Maruzensky is another good substitute if you are filled out on mile. But with dirt being pretty scarce, I like to keep them both here, considering that you could have a lot more milers versus dirt runners. The other pretty easy second pick is going to be digital. A in dirt, A in turf, same thing as Falco, where you do not have to build any dirt sparks, and she has a pretty easy unique to hit, as anyone that isn't a front runner, late or end, will both hit this pretty easy. All you have to do is pass 2 runners across the race and she will unique. So pretty easy, not a crazy requirement at all. So she'll probably be using unique most of every race. Super stand 320, so slightly expensive. Very easy to hit skill as a late surger. And then lead the charge is also only 280 and no conditions apart from the phase random and ground type. So only a wit check there. Pretty easy to get there. And she also has her little quiz questions, which give you pretty good hints. Mile Corners comes from one of them. And then I believe Top Pick comes from one of them, which here is not a bad pick as late surger, or Acceleration is the other option, which is a little bit cheaper. But generally, she is going to be your late surger end option out of the rest. And then the last one here is pretty obviously going to be Taiki Shuttle. I think the only downside to her, let alone from just having to have a Dirt Spark in there, she has fantastic growth, but after 1111, her unique got changed slightly from third to fifth or third to sixth, and it's now third to fourth or fifth, which not exactly the best. Sometimes she can skip ahead and get to second place and she won't proc her unique, so sometimes she can be really iffy in team trials, especially if there's not enough front runners. That's kind of really the only downside. The rest of it's so good that you can kind of look past it. And since she is her own scenario link Uma, you get a level 3 it's on drop when you get to an S team rank. And you also get Mile Maven level 3 from the Scenario Link team name. So pretty damn easy on skills. You have access to quite a bit here, and for pretty cheap. And then on top of all of that, she is a fast learner Uma. So if you have Taiki Shuttle, she should be on either your Mile teams, and most likely she'd be preferred in the Dirt team, so you can open up your Mile availability a little bit. But she works for both. She can even work for a Sprinter, but her kit right now is so strong for Mile that it'd probably be preferred to have her in the Mile. But yeah, the top 3 there is pretty locked in. It's a little bit harder for any of these other Umas to break into that top 3. The only ones that I could see being argued for are Marzensky in absence of Smart Falcon, and she does have a better unique. It's much easier to hit, and she does have better growth, but Smart Falcon requires no dirt building. This one requires 7 dirt sparks if I remember it correctly, so a lot less accessible in terms of an aptitude builder. Ogre can fit pretty well if you are missing digital, and same thing goes for Taiki Shuttle. But Ogre can also flex really anywhere. So she's much more of a decide by availability basis. She does have a good unique though. Gourmand as a pace chaser as well. Condor Pasa, the main reason that I don't have her any higher is her unique is probably one of the harder ones to hit in the game. Obviously if she's pretty strong, it's not too bad. But having an order rate of less than 2 is pretty hard. So sometimes if you don't have that great of a Condor Pasa, she's not extremely exciting in terms of picking up just because of that unique. But the rest of her kit's so good that sometimes you can overlook it. 20%, 10% speed wit, and then on top of all that, she gets fast learner from her costume event. So she's really not too bad. I just have her below Ogre in terms of consistency on unique, because that's 5,000 points that you would be missing if she's not able to consistently get to second or first in the races. Same thing with Fantasy Pasa, except Fantasy Pasa loses out on the fast learner event. So the fast learner events are not shared across alternate types. So she does not get fast learner like her counterpart. And her skills are a little bit expensive. We're looking at 160 and 180 versus a recovery skill, which would make it easier for her to survive in dirt. And Furious Feet also does have a order rate condition too. I think her unique's not the worst, but this is a little sus. Not the worst, but as a late surger, I mean, order rate of 4 or worse isn't terrible. But no fast learner, no weight growth. can make it a little bit harder to pick her over her counterpart, but her unique is probably better than base Condor. But one is a 3-star, one is a 2-star, one's more accessible, yada yada yada. And last place, unfortunately, is little Haru. Pretty pretty egregious growth as far as an Uma goes, and her unique, not the worst. The near count isn't too bad anymore, and an order rate of over 50% isn't bad either. So you can count on her to unique pretty often. 1500 CC being, or 1.5 mil CC being a innate skill, not bad. But this is where she kind of loses it. Her 2 inherent gold skills being very expensive and not exactly the most reliable gold skills of all time is usually the problem. And then her career, not exactly the most fun to go over. And pretty much all the other options are just outright more so better than her. But I've seen people build good Uraras, so it's not like she's the worst, but she kind of loses out when Iron Will is one of her gold skills. And those growth rates too. Just a much harder build than normal. This does get changed though, because when Festival Aurora, or not Festival, New Year Aurora comes out, this one is pretty dang good. Center Stage Inherent and Hard Worker, so she's got 2 120, so 240s. 240 gold skills that are pretty easy to proc. I mean, Center Stage is pretty self-explanatory, and only 1 overtake as a late surger is very nice. And then her unique, pretty easy. All it is distance from the first runner, or from the leader. So basically guaranteed as far as a unique goes. So this one might actually jump into the top 3, especially if you don't have digital. So keep an eye out for this one. If you happen to get her, she's very good. So that covers the whole of the tier list and plus some. I don't think any of the upcoming Umas, apart from New Year Aurora, really crack the top end of the meta. Maybe Opera. I think Opera maybe because of her growths, but I think it's still iffy-ish. Let's see. This one's not too bad. Hitting 7 skills for a TT Uma is pretty easy. And she does get Swinging Maestro. I don't know if Headliner is too bad. Headliner seems okay as a pace chaser. I think maybe the only downside, she might be a good medium Uma, but when you think about it, her competition is Super Greek and Agnes Tachyon, so that kind of makes it hard to put her in there. But I know she's pretty good for CM. But yeah, I think that covers the tier list. Probably go ahead and end that part there. Leave this up for anyone else that want to see it. Opera Secret event is pretty good. Let me look at that. Is it like Taiki level? Oh, plus 10 all stats. Link to the tier list. I posted it on my Twitter so that you could download it. New Year Haru is a meta pick. Yeah, she's pretty good. It's kind of like the reason why her groove is so good. Oh, she can get it twice. Interesting. Oh, I see. Wow. Man, that'd probably be really good at Mant. So Vamp Daughter is good, but Super Creek is way better. I get it. Yeah. I mean, Super Creek's kit is just too good for long. I mean, it's like as good as it can get, really. Same thing with Fancy Grass. And yeah, New Year Urara is probably going to be close to meta. I mean, she'd probably be top 4 if she wasn't even meta. But I mean, I'm trying to decide if moving Taiki out for New Year Urara might be nice. Winning with Urara is much more emotionally satisfying. I mean, I'm probably gonna build her. I want to compare her to Taiki in terms of consistency. It would be nice to have her too. I think she's very meta late into the future too. All right. So now that we've gone ahead and covered the tier list, I think we could probably just move on to deck recommendations and stat lines to be hitting. We can kind of go over this pretty fast, honestly. JP still uses New Year Opera as for a parent. That makes sense. I mean, looking at that unique it's pretty crazy having a scaling unique like that. I mean, put that on every end closer. Sounds like it'd be real nice. But this is mostly just going to cover stamina stat, really. That's mostly the only stat that you should really be worried about min-maxing as far as everything. And for sprint, I mean, if you're going to have Rico in the deck, I mean, you're going to be hitting it every time. So the stamina requirement on sprint is really 350 or more as the base level. Maybe 400 to be safe if you have like Sprint S or something and capped out speed power. But with Rico in the deck, you never have to worry about the sprint requirement. So it's not really something to consider when you're building sprinters, thankfully. So that makes it a lot easier. I can probably clear up a space here. And if I'm going to assume that the majority of the player base is either going to borrow or has a 4LB Kitas on black, the next option would be Rico, SR or R card Rico. Both work and is completely fine. Generally, if you really want to, borrowing Kuron Wit is not a bad option here. The perfect prep skill, extremely good, very cheap. She gives you a level 3 hint too, and she's just overall a pretty damn good wit card, and you can get these hints too. So very good as your borrow pick potentially, and especially if you have SSR Rico by yourself already, pretty damn good. And then we'll go a little bit on the cheaper end, but or more accessible end, I should say. For your wit card, Daiwa is going to be a good stat stick. Another one here would be Marv. Marv is very good. She has that 10 race bonus, and she drops level 3 hints for all of these. So if you do get hints from her, she's very good. I think Coco would probably recommend Marv out of everyone here just for the hints. And hopefully most people should have her, given that she is an SR. And if you're running a late surger or a front, we've got welfare card recommendations too. So if you're running a late surger, Measure of Dobers, SSR, welfare card gives you the bigger picture, which is very good for points. 240 SP gold there. And then, where'd it go? Mihona Bourbon, the pretty obvious front runner choice here, taking the lead. Very good. 240 as well. And then, so let's go ahead and say we're making a late surger. And we mentioned that this would probably be your borrow slot. So we'll go ahead and take her out for now. Go ahead and throw her in. And then probably alongside the welfare card, we could go something like Marvelous Sunday. And this would probably be the more affordable side. And then, of course, maybe if you don't have some of these, anyone can really fit into that wit card slot. Daiwa, Tachyon, Fuku are all going to be your top picks after Marv, most likely for Team Charles. Alternative for MLB Dober, you would probably just slot in another wit card. So this, for example, picking any of those wit cards that I just suggested. Tachyon, Fuku maybe a little bit less. She has no race bonus, which is kind of her only downside. Maybe Tachyon would be the best fit here because she gets race bonus from that. Usually borrow Biko. I think so. The only issue with Biko that I do want to say, on a front runner, Plan X is not going to be useful. This is kind of the only downside for Biko. Yeah, she is good for stats, but if you're picking up Plan X, make sure you're not picking it up on a front runner, because you do have to have an order rate of 2 and less than 50%, so sixth a second. And that's kind of the only issue with it. Bakshun is pretty good to borrow, yeah. I think, in my opinion, I still like Curran Wit more. Oh no, my audio broke. I still like Curran Wit more than Bakshun, to be honest. Just because this is a little bit cheaper. This skill is also pretty damn good. I think this is an Excel skill, if I remember correctly. Yeah, a little bit of Excel on there. So I would probably prefer to recommend the current wit card as your borrow, and then go for any of the standard speed cards. Shinko Windy, Sweep Tosho, King Halo. I think that gold skill is just kind of too good, and it has no requirements too. Not like the, I don't think the Bakshun card has requirements either. But this is probably how the more accessible deck would look, something like this. And then you borrow the perfect prep card. And then, of course, on the higher end of things, the ideal sprint deck probably looks something like this. Probably something around this. And then double pal. You could probably even swap out depending on the wit cards that you have. So if it's like a front runner, something like this. This might be too many gold skills too. So if you find out that affording all those gold skills is a little hard, you could swap in Biko for more stats. That too. But that's going to be at the higher end of having cards available. Current over fine motion, I would say for sprint, yeah. Fine motion's Agamasen rate is a lot harder than Curran. Curran is a set rate as far as we can tell. It doesn't seem like the wit stat has an effect on how often she gives perfect prep, but she gives perfect prep pretty damn often. And you can use it across everyone too. Fine motion you can only use on a pace chaser. But in my opinion, current wit's pretty good. I think that's pretty much as far as sprint goes. So 350 minimum stamina, pretty easy with Rico being in the game. Conk not really a priority even for fronts. If it makes it harder for you to hit good stats, Conk is not worth forcing, in me and Coco's opinion. Mostly Coco. Coco is the one that brought that up for the most part. But again, I mean, you can see here, there's no Conk here. Still the second highest score in the game, but no Conk. So it's not worth forcing if it makes it harder for you to hit stats. What Umas would you recommend to ace? So it's harder to recommend aces. Generally your fronts are going to be performing the best out of most Umas here. But that's should probably mostly just be based off of I would probably like say log your races and keep note of who's winning, and whoever's winning the most should probably be your ace. They'll get the most bonus from it at least. So just keep track of who's getting first places more often, and they will likely be the best ace choice. I forgot to mention during the ace bonus section, they also feed off of ace bonus from the first to second place distance too. Yeah, TTL existing makes Conk like kind of iffy even. If you're not like super min-maxing, who care all that much? Yeah, make your life easier. Don't go for Conk if you don't need it. Alright, so like we said, 350 stamina minimum for sprint. Very easy to hit. So taking the lead. So TTL is taking the lead. And that is going to be from this card right here. Front runner only skill. So if it's a pace chaser late, and I probably wouldn't worry about Conk as much unless you are like really pushing for top 100, top 50, something like that. And your card availability is stacked too. That too. Alright. So cap speed. Generally, this is going to be the same across every UMA, what I'm about to say. So cap speed, as high power as you can, min-max the stamina to the goals I'm going to be saying. And this is assuming like normal guts amount, like 400 or so with Rico. And your wit, ideally, should probably be around 750 or higher. I'm going to put up on screen real fast and change this text box to what the equation is. But the way that your wit is equated is going to be 100% minus 9,000 over your wit stat. This is going to be your skill activation percent, right? So, for example, I think I wrote that right. I'm pretty sure I wrote that right. But this is a good way of generalizing how your wit is. So at around 650 to 750 is where you start to gain less than 1% per 50 wit, and the return becomes diminishing by a pretty decent amount. So 700 to 750 is where I would say that you get to the peak of value of wit. After that, you're mostly going for rating. So obviously the higher your wit stat, the better your rating will look. But then you lose out on races going for more wit. But generally, if you're just going for retention, it'll probably be better to go for 900 plus, like you just said. So if you need to build up your rating to a level where you're at like 230,000 rating or such, going 1200, 900 is pretty decent. And then also putting all your power sparks in so you can hit higher rating too. And that will change on the distance how many power sparks you put through too. But that is generally enough. 800 is like the golden number for enough wit for team trials. More than that is kind of, I don't know. I don't want to say for show because it does help your rating out if you go higher. But generally when you're trying to build more score, you could be racing instead of going higher on your wit to get more skills for scoring points, right? So kind of think of it as a trade-off. If you're lower rated and you want to get up to a higher opponent rating bonus, then feel free to go higher wit. But if you're at the level that you're 232,000 or so, and you have the option to face someone like Wonky, like if you're able to face Wonky at your rating, and Wonky can adjust his rating too, so he can be lower. So if you're at that point, then more races would probably be more beneficial for you. Yeah, past 900, I think the return on wit stat isn't enough to be valued over racing more for SP. So, but yeah, that is how your wit is calculated. So, there we go. Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on. But yeah, that is going to be the general guideline to follow. 1200 minimum stamina required, as high power as you can, 400 guts most of the time, and 800 plus wit is the stat lines to be looking for. And then we'll go ahead and move to mile. The front runners are probably the best place to look in terms of minimum stamina, since they are eating their stamina a lot faster. So we'll go ahead and take this Marzensky for example. But in the past, 450 stamina and 400 guts plus a golden recov was usually enough to live on mile races. Without a recov, 600 to 650 and 400 stamina guts is generally okay. So the stat lines you're looking for here at a baseline without any recovs: 1200, 600, 650, as much power as you can, 400 stam guts, and the 800 plus wit number like I mentioned earlier. And then as many races as you can fit while hitting those stat lines. Usually going to be the idea there. So because the stamina goal is pretty much reachable with Rico again, the decks are going to look extremely similar. We could probably go to Coco as an example here, but it's most likely going to be 2-3 or all the milers. I had to guess, apart from double pal, of course, but 3-1 with double pal. Probably 2-3 here. Yeah, so 2-3 for vodka here. Hit the stat goal pretty easily. So going to be the same recommendation from me, which is going to be 2-3 and Rico. So we'll go ahead and go to the budget explanation here. So assuming Kitasan Black, of course, and nothing else is going to really change here. You're going to be looking at Marv plus the flex pick for the second wit card slot, or third wit card slot. So Marv, Daiwa, Tachyon, and then for a front runner, Mihona Bourbon, or a late surger, Dober, ideally. If you don't have either of them, then Agnes Tachyon here, and having these three is completely fine. You still get pretty decent amount of race bonus here, and then you would borrow a speed card here. Generally Kawakami would probably be the easiest. That would get you a good skill. That being center stage. That would probably be the easiest way for you to maximize your Team Trials gains on a lower end level. I think that should be probably the best. I had to guess. Yeah, that's probably what I would recommend. Oh, I guess your other borrow could be fine motion here. So you've got your three options of between front pace late. So front would pick up bourbon, pace would pick up fine motion, and your lates would pick up Dober as the welfare card or the borrow slot. And then if you are going to borrow one of those two, probably remove the 5% race bonus card. So you can see here Daiwa's 5% race bonus. These two are 10%, so that gives you a little bit better of an option. But Daiwa does give you good hints too, so kind of pick in between the two. If you want to sacrifice race bonus, she gives level 3 hints for these really good hints here. So, honestly, maybe I'd recommend Daiwa over Tachyon here. And instead, if we were borrowing fine motion, probably just go Sweet Tosho. This plus fine motion borrow is likely going to be your best budget option. And then picking from those cards that I mentioned earlier, really any of Agnes Tachyon, Asian Flash, Shinko Windy, Fuku, Sweep Tosho, all those SR cards are perfectly viable. You just want to stay on the 2-3 wit track with Rico, or vice versa, the 3 speed 2 wit track if their growth rates are better. If they have like a 20% on speed and 0% in wit, a 2-3 would be much easier. If they have 0% in speed and they have 20% in wit, then 2 speed or 3 speed 2 wit would be better, and vice versa. Like all that, just gotta consider some things. Normally use Tachyon now because of the SP bonus. I gotcha. I think for Pace Chaser maybe it might be a little bit more preferable for Daiwa, but yeah, for everyone else, probably just go Tachyon for the extra race bonus. Does having Dodging Danger plus Iron Stage help too? Yeah. Yeah, so if it's a front runner, Dodging Danger is super cheap, reliable gold. That procs a lot more after the 11.11 update. Hey, new to the game, should I reroll for Ogre Cap Christmas or Super Creek plus Fine Motion or anything else? Well, I think the hard part about re-rolling at the moment is that the banners right now aren't really the best. I think you'd be a little bit better off waiting for another banner. You could pull for Christmas OCAP, but generally I think what most people recommend is having good cards to back up whatever Umas you have. So it might be better to hold off until a good banner comes out. I'm not sure if there's a good one coming out soon. Someone else could probably verify that for me, but I don't think yeah, you could cope with the this card. I mean, this card is pretty great as like a Akita-san Black alternative for a while. Yeah, not pretty unfortunate timing on starting the game. Just like a couple days too late, unfortunately. Yeah, Matsukane speed at the end of the month might be a good time to re-roll. Yeah, she will be dead on Mant. That is true. I think your best option will probably be waiting for Matsukane speed at the end of the month, to be honest, as far as a recent or a more in the future speed card goes. But yeah, kind of just unlucky with the timing. if I had to say, so maybe you could reroll until maybe reroll until you get Ogre Recap really early in your pulls. So maybe just reroll until you get her on the first 10, so you don't have to use that many carrots, and then save the rest of them for Fuku speed at the end. That'd probably be your best option, if I had to say. That should help a decent bit. That way you have a pretty strong Uma, and you can save the rest of your carrots for pulling on Fuku speed. Maybe you'll get lucky. Because, I mean, Kitasan Black's not gonna really be meta for Mant because of her race bonus, so I think you should be alright with pulling for Fuku speed and getting OCAP. Just reroll until that happens. And then hold out. I believe in you. Alright. So we went ahead and went over the cheap deck option. The expensive deck options, I mean, it's gonna be literally the same, just minus current wit instead. So Biko, Kitasan, looking at fine motion, like the 3 cards that I mentioned before, determined by what racing style you're using. And then high roll, you'd be looking at double pal most likely, and taking the lead for a front runner, fine motion, and then you probably borrow Kawakami here out of everything, and that would be the high roll / high card availability decks. I think that tracks pretty well with what I was going. Yeah, you probably wouldn't want Nishino Flower here, if I'm gonna be honest. If I was more card inclined, this would just be MLB Kawakami, but I am unfortunately 1LB Tazuna. But yeah, this will pretty much be the higher end deck across the board. I have Nice Nature Wit in there for the race bonus too, just so I can buy more skills. So that's another thing to be aware of. Is fine motion 1LB worth it? I do have the selector and crystal sitting on storage. So fine motion turns good once she hits 3LB. So you could you could go up to 3LB, and I would say she's usable at that point. But she has a banner coming up at some point. But she is very good for Mant, if I remember correctly, because she is one of the few wit cards with 10%, and she's obviously a really good wit card. But someone else can fact check how good she is on Mant. I don't think that there's really a better wit option though. Well, I stand corrected already. I just remembered that Nice Nature Wit exists. That is on me. I don't know what to use my voucher on. I have Super Creek LB1, Tazuna LB1, Fine Motion LB0. So out of those 3 that you mentioned, Tazuna LB2 would be the usable one, but I wouldn't use my selector on any of those because all of those during Mant probably won't get used. But I think Nice Nature Wit is, I don't know if she overpowers Fine Motion. She probably does with Mant, if I had to guess. 3LB Fine Mo, 3LB Creek. I would probably leave those alone if I'm being honest. I think Fine Motion is okay enough at 3LB that it's probably more worth it to save your crystal when you do Fuku pulls. I think I don't know, the crystals are so valuable that I kind of don't like recommending them on being used on anything until like after you do like a big pull session and you like really need 1LB of something, and you're not going to have carrots for a little bit, or there's not like a banner upcoming on a meta card. that's when I would recommend using the crystals. It's kind of hard to recommend using crystals since they're so important. Yeah, fine motion instead of or not fine motion. Nice nature instead of fine motion is completely fine. I mean, I've done that for the front runner. I think for a late surger, it's always nice nature. Kitasan Black is an exception. That card is so meta that it's okay. You can use a crystal on her. Okay, so now we've talked about sprint and mile recommendations. Now we're going to get into a little bit of a funny one. This one's a lot harder to explain because of the existence of Agnes Tachyon being in the mix. But we can use Mihono Bourbon as the stamina requirement. So generally you want to pick an Uma that has a gold recov in their kit already. And with Mihono Bourbon, she lives completely fine with 750 stamina plus Trackblazer. So 750 plus 1 gold is usually enough to get through medium most of the time. I think only if they rush is the only time that they might not make it, but that's for a front runner. For a pace chaser, they might be okay. And pace chasers usually do have those blue recovs, and obviously everyone's gonna have Agnes Tachyon, so this one is pretty easy. You can go as low as like 600 650 stamina on Agnes, so realistically you only need 3 to 6 stamina sparks. The rest of them you can slam power on her. But if you're building someone else, like let's say we go back to our free-to-play examples, and we'll go to Daiwa. So Daiwa, if you're running her pace chaser, her unique's going to be a little bit worse. So if you want to run her front, you're looking more at around 900 stamina, 800 stamina needed, I think. We can go ahead and check in the race sim. But if we're looking at 800 on a front runner that has no recovery, who is this? No, 1 or 2. Where? Oh, show HP. Yeah, I mean we're like we're like borderline at 800, and that's on a 2000 meter. If we hop up to 2400 meters, she dies. So we probably want to pick a gold skill off of somebody from here. And then it would be the same thing for, say, Grass Wonder. Or I think Grass Wonder. Oh wait, I had front runner. Oh yeah. So pretty much the same thing. So once we're hitting the 2400 meter mark, it's too much, but I believe on the 2000 they'll be okay. So roughly most of the time they're okay. But whenever you get a 2400 meter roll, 800 isn't enough. You'll have to go up to 900 or so, most likely. And because of that, you'll likely have less power. So much more livable on 900. Not sure if that gets you to livable on almost. And we can assume that you get corner recovery, for example, from Kitasan. And this would push you into livable range, just barely. So 900 without a recov skill is tough. So hopefully you guys have someone with a recov skill that you can slap into medium off the tier list. If not, I mean, Tachyon is going to be your easy one to pick. You could even run Condor into medium if you have to. She does have Calm and Collected. Her unique's a little bit iffy, and you do have to run her Pace Chaser unless you're able to aptitude build her to front, but then you lose Calm and Collected. So medium might have to be one of those aptitudes where you double up on Pace Chasers just to increase your quality of life. And that depends on your Uma availability, obviously. But as far as the rest of everyone, apart from Tachyon, you're looking at 750 in a gold or 900 stamina as the requirement. And your power will suffer because of that, unfortunately. But that's going to be generally where it is. I would probably say every white recov that you get, you could probably subtract like 50 stamina. So three whites is probably equal to a gold, if I had to guess. Oh yeah, I'll just like throw Calm and Collected, or preferred position. Well, let's say we have a Pace Chaser here, and we'll put her down to that 750 mark that I mentioned instead. She still died. Maybe 800. Maybe it's not as much as I thought. Oh, I see. Straight away recovery's triggering at the end. So maybe even more. Eesh. Not recommended to have two of the same, but if you are forced to because of your availability, then it's okay to do it on one or two distances, but optimally you'd have 3 different race styles on each. So looking at about 900 stamina required for medium without a recov. If you have to, so we'll go ahead and look at recommended decks. This one's going to be pretty easy on the wit side. You want Fuku in literally every single one of your team trials decks. She gives you clairvoyance from the scenario link, so you pick her as your team name and you'll get a 197 SP gold at the end if you beat Team Zenith, I believe. So she is very good. Instead of running Tauzana for a double pal, you could run Super Creek, you could run Rice Shower, someone that gives you a recovery. Same thing on your borrow slot. If it's a end closer, you could go ahead and pick up this Taishin card to get Sleeping Lion. You could pick up the Zeno Robroy speed card for a late surger and improve that. So your borrow slot might be dictated on whether or not they have a recov. So for the people using Grass Wonder, for example, it might be easier if you pick up Zeno Robroy, the speed card. Hawkeye is medium, yeah. Cooldown is only used on long. Let me see. So go with that. Go with Tachyon, because this Tachyon can give you corners or straights. So your deck would probably look like this for medium, and then your borrow card would likely be determined by who you're using and picking the speed or wit card that gives them the recovery needed, and then adjust your stamina sparks as needed for the minimum required. Is it worth to use level 30 Kawakami for center stage? I don't think it is. I think it's too much of a stat sacrifice for a gold skill. You just buy more whites instead without using her. But yeah, you should be able to get away with speed wit maxing as long as you pick a card that gives you a recov. So like I mentioned, oops, wrong page. So my Ono Top Gun, not bad. If you're using a front runner that doesn't have a gold skill for a recov, you can pick her as your borrow slot. If you have a late surger that does not have a recov, so Grass Wonder, if you are using Grass Wonder for a late surger, she drops Lion Weight from her skill chain, so you can pick her if you're using a late surger. And if you're using an end closer who doesn't have a inherent recov, then you can pick up Narita Taishin and pick up Sleeping Lion with a level 3 hint, and that will cover every other position that isn't Agnes Tachyon or medium. So that'll be what crowds your borrow slot on average to make it a lot easier, and then adjust stamina sparks as required. Like we said, 750 plus any of those golds works perfectly fine. So maybe with the fronts it might be a little bit gamble with Restless being the target for it, because I'm not sure how many treks it would work for. Like obviously here Restless would be great, it's in the middle of the race. The 2000 meter also works here. This might be a little early. I'm not sure how much value you get out of that. I guess we could simulate. So front runner here with 750. Let's see. Okay. Completely fine. 2000 meters should be fine. 2200 meter, she's perfectly fine. Doesn't reach up to 25. This one looked fine. This is fine. Okay. It doesn't look like it's too terrible on the gamble. Oh, okay. So if you just happen to run the one course on Sapporo, you're cooked. There is no uphill here. Oh, we have another one here. So there are two tracks where a front runner would be gambling there. This looks like it'd be okay. Yep. That's fine. Okay. So, two tracks where the front runners would not survive with 750 and Restless, Chukio and Sapporo. But apart from that, the rest of them you live, which I would take that chance in terms of high rolling team trials, considering how many runs you're doing. So yeah. So how's the Tokai Teo speed card judge, considering it has movement skills? It's okay. So the issue with Tokai Teo as the speed card, the other options are better stat sticks, and the other problem is that her gold skill is Rushing Gale, if you have an SSR Rico, you're doubling gold skills at that point, because SSR Rico also gives you Russian Gale as her gold skill. So generally not recommended, unfortunately. I think MLB, Kitasan Black, and Kawakami would be better fits if you're able to afford it. But I get what you're saying, because these skills are pretty nice. Shrewd Step, Go with the Flow, Prudent Positioning, all pretty good. Nimble Nav and Thunderbolt Step, not so much, but these 4 skills are pretty good as far as how cheap they are. But Russian Gale being stacked on top of Rico is kind of the only problem. And she's not like the best stat stick. No speed bonus as a speed card is a little hurtful. Plus her spec pile is a little low. But if you don't have SSR Rico, I think the only issue you run into her is having to high roll out of her spec pile. Her race bonus is also just slightly low. I think there's just better options. You do want to have either R Rico or SSR Rico across team trials though, most of the time. Any SSR worth using at 0 to 1 LB? And I don't know. Eco, probably. I would think. I feel like her TE is too good. Let me see. Go over this briefly. So what does Biko look like at 1LB? Man, only a 1 on friendship bonus is a little hurtful though. This ain't too bad though. I feel like that's pretty okay. The only issue with using Kawakami at a low LB is that she has where is it? No initial friendship gauge, and that's also the issue for Biko too. I feel like no initial friendship gauge can kind of hurt a little bit. I don't know. 1LB cards kind of hurt a lot. I don't know if there's very many SSRs that would use that 1LB. I feel like you'd be better off using higher LB SRs. But that's my opinion. I think Coco would agree though. Most of Coco's builds have well, you do have Spay. Old head advantage. Super Creek LB1 on gold ship. I see. I see. Initial friendship, most underrated. Yeah. I mean, it is so nice. That was like the whole like pain between having 2LB Super Creek and like anything higher. Having initial friendship can do a lot. Same thing with Kawakami. Like I have a 1LB Kawakami, but I don't like using her. Kataguri Cap Christmas and First Temple. Do I wait or pull for current support cards? So I would wait until Fuku Speed comes out at the end of the month, if you can. I think we also get free pulls for Fuku Speed, don't we? If I recall correctly, someone in the YouTube chat can confirm that. I think we do. Or is that NTR? You show me Smart Falcon? Yeah. Oh, we get free pulls on both. Yeah, so I would wait until the end of the month when we get to Fuku speed if you're able to hold out that long. This is how I have Falcon set up. If you want an easier option or a more light option than that, we would set it up the same as we did with Mile, because Dirt is a mile race. So kind of the same. Front runner would get the Bourbon card, and then either Marv or Tachyon would work in that spot. And then Falcon already has center stage, so your borrow could either be like Fine Motion would be a good borrow there because she has no weight growth. And then your speed card, any of the recommended SR cards would be good here. King Halo, Sweep Tosho, Shinko Windy, all of those would work. And then Rico, of course. And then the stamina requirement is the same for Falcon. 600, 650 plus with 400 guts. Should work. I don't know why that keeps popping up. Mine's a little bit higher here, but I think I just got a... I think I had more stamina sparks. Yeah, it's 6. Yeah, but you can see here, I mean, I had 6 stamina sparks, and with Rico alone, 731. You really don't need all that much. So, yeah, it's not too bad. All right. So now that we've discussed medium and the requirements for medium and deck recommendations, all that stuff, and most importantly, the borrow recommendations being determined by who you're using if you are lacking in a blue recovery or a gold recovery, excuse me. Your borrow should change accordingly if it is an Uma that is not Agnes Tachyon or someone that doesn't have a heal unique slash gold recov inherently. So now we can finally move on to Long. Long is going to be funny. So just like Agnes Tachyon, Super Creek is going to be the big one here. I'll pick up a more reasonable example, but something like this, near cap speed, you're looking at only around 800 stamina plus Swinging Maestro on her, and that will be completely fine for team trials. You can even go a little bit higher, but generally most of the time she gets Hydrate during her run. So Hydrate, Swinging Maestro, and Pure Heart by themselves with 800 stamina should be enough to carry her to the end. And yeah, it's really not too crazy on her, just because of how strong her kit is. So for her specifically, 800 stamina, Swinging Maestro, Pure Heart, that's all you need. For Gold Ship, you probably want to borrow the Rice Shower Power card. That way you can pick up Swing the Maestro, cooldown, and go home. And then you only have to sit on like 800, 850 wit. And then you should be okay with that. The hard part for Gold Ship is hitting the recommended 700 plus wit, especially with no wit card. To be honest, it can be a little bit difficult. But here, you could replace Suzuka Stam with a wit card and be much better off. So that would probably be my recommendation here, using any of the SR wit cards from here. And then if you have the availability, Grass Wonder Fantasy falls under the same category as Super Creek. You get a heal unique, and you get to, I mean, even just swing the maestro, that plus 800 stamina is okay. Jumping into the more free-to-play friendly characters, obviously we have Super Creek and Gold Ship there. So these two are free-to-play friendly. And then I think Mayano was the next one up in terms of free-to-play. So if we hop into Mayano, she has Breath of Flight. Yeah, she has Bofa. So a nice little recov gold skill right there. And then likely what your deck would want to look like for this, since we already have Super Creek and Gold Ship, which aren't too bad to train for long. Ideally, you probably borrow Rice Shower here and then use whichever Rico you have, SSR Rico or SR Rico, or not SR, R Rico, if you do not have SSR Rico. I'm going to assume that hopefully most of you guys have Kitasan Black Speed, 3LB or higher. And then we can probably take one wit card here. Since we are going solo wit, I would probably recommend over Marvelous Sunday to take Tachyon. Your secondary speed card being Sweep Tosho, or of course the normal recommended Shinko Windy, King Halo, all that. King Halo can get a little bit of preference here because she does have the chance to give you a level 4 corner recovery hint, which would help for long a lot. And then your last card, since most of these Umas don't have a speed growth, it'd probably be preferable to go 3 speed cards here. And then your last card would be Rice Shower in the borrow slot, and that would probably complete it out. Adjust Stamina Sparks and Power Sparks accordingly with what you're able to hit stat-wise here. But that should be enough to make 3 livable Umas, especially given Gold Ship and Super Creek being 2 of them. You can really stretch out the stamina stat here. If your last one is Mayano Top Gun or anyone else, that should be a pretty easy deck to hit the minimum stamina goal and still getting a, like, we'll say for an average player, 600 wit could be the goal instead, and getting 1,000 plus speed would probably be the secondary goal. Any more than that's great, but I think for my Gold Ship, she used a pretty decent amount of Stamina Sparks. So we have 9 there. So 9 Stamina Sparks plus mostly just Rice Shower, honestly, in Rico. Getting up to 900 plus the 3 gold recovs. This pretty much makes her invincible in long team trials. You probably really don't need all that much. If we hop into here, we go Gold Ship. Then we'll put her as an end closer. If we are grabbing Swing the Maestro and go home, and we'll say she has 800 stamina here. Let's put us on 3,000 meter. So this will probably be up the upper end of what you'll be racing. We could even do 3,200 if we really wanted to. But you'll see here that she makes it all the way to the end and just barely dies out with 800 stamina, Swinging Maestro, go home. So if we add cooldown into that mix, I mean, that's perfectly fine. She will live with cooldown in the mix pretty easily, in fact. And that's on a 3,200 meter. That's going to be less than 20% of your races are going to be all the way up there. So if we take out cooldown and we go 800 stamina on a 3,000 meter, perfectly fine. So nothing too crazy. Only 800 stamina being the goal, plus go home and swing Maestro from from Rice Shower as the borrow. Not too bad. Should be hopefully manageable. But that would probably be my lower end recommendation. And then assuming a more stacked deck, this would be SSR Rico. This would be like Fine Motion, Nice Nature. We probably keep Rice Shower in here just for the extra recubs. And we're looking at like Kawakami and either another Wit SSR like Nice Nature or Biko Pegasus in this slot too. But that would probably be the higher end of things. Really, if you're borrowing Rice Shower Power for long team trials, you could probably make anybody for that slot. She gives you 2 gold recubs and one of them for fairly cheap. So if you end up using her as your long borrow slot, as long as you hit the speed requirement and the like 800 stamina with Rico and Stamina Sparks, should be okay generally. For free to play, 1k speed is good enough. Too long? Yeah. Ice cream, what was your question? I didn't see that. I was explaining. But yeah, that should cover long recommendations and deck recommendations as far as that goes. Dirt, like I mentioned earlier, is going to be generally the same as Mile too. So anything that I recommended back in Mile, you can pretty much copy paste that to Dirt, and that will be fitting. So 450 gold recovery, 600, 650 without a gold recovery. That'll be golden. Should be good on anybody, and generally easily manageable on using Rico. Gold ship SSR speed worth anything? Apart from Champions Meet, the next Champions Meet, I don't think she's really that great. I feel like I would prefer you using Narita Brine if you are only working with welfare cards. I mean, she's okay. Like, I mean, I'm using her for Champions Meet, and she's okay. I don't think she's that great. If you could only choose one speed card, would you pick Speed Fuku or Speed NTR? If I remember correctly, Speed NTR is not like that crazy. Compared to how important Speed Fuku is. Maybe I have it opposite. I might have it reversed, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% what this means though. Like, is this TE dependent on fans? Oh, I see. Yeah, 20 TE is pretty damn good. So I feel like later down the line, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, that makes sense. Fuku more high roll, NTR more consistent. That makes a lot more sense. Ooh! Wait, this is kind of big. This is a little expensive though, because you have to go through Firm Conditions 1 and Firm Conditions 2, and then you buy Firm Course Menace. This is not bad though. That's pretty damn good. I kind of like that. Yeah, Fall Frenzy is like the good example. I mean, it's just so expensive, but this is much more consistent than Fall. That's pretty good. I like that. It's much better than Fuku's Gold, that's for sure. Okay. I think that covered everything as far as recommendations. So 350, no recovery, 600, 650 no recovery, 900 no recovery, but recommended to get 801 gold or 750 and 1 gold. Adjust your borrow accordingly to what racing style you're running. And then we had 800 and borrow Rush Hour Power, buy both of those golds. Cooldown and swing Maestro. Maybe like 850, 900 if it's a late surger or front runner. And then dirt, same as mile, 600 no recovery, 450 with a gold. So I think that covers the stamina requirement, which is probably the key thing to take away. The rest of it all depends on how hard you're rolling. So cap out speed if you can. 700 plus wit, 600 plus for long would be a much easier wit goal requirement. But 700 should be manageable on Super Creek for sure with her growth. And then power as high as you can. So adjust stamina and power sparks as needed, and the rest of it all power. So I think that covers the whole TT spiel. That was pretty long, which is why I wanted to do a live stream instead of a video. I feel like covering the entirety is pretty hard to do in terms of all the like specifics of everything, especially the tier list. I feel like the tier list took up a lot of the time, going one by one on each UMA. You could probably condense that tier list down and just explain why the top threes are top three, and the deck recommendations for each of the 5 aren't too bad. I mean, generally they're the same. Medium and long are where they get changes, but sprint just gets current wit, and then mile and dirt are literally copy paste. Medium gets Fuku, and then long gets right shower power. The rest of the decks are pretty much the same. You just speed wit for team trials. Adjust stamina sparks the longer the distance. So that part's pretty easy. I feel like I could probably make a separate recording and just explain that real fast for a video. And then the point spread was the beginning part. I could probably do a better explanation for that for a shorter video too. But for anyone here, I should have gotten or covered everything that you would need. For Fuku, would 2 speed just be Kita Fuku? So I don't know how Mant decks look, because I've never covered Mant, or I've never played Mant ever. So I don't know what that looks like. I got a decent mile attacky, but only 1.1k speed and 900 power. Still gets like 68k points. Yeah. I mean, as long as your wit is there and you have a ton of skills, that's all it is. I think CM, you have a lot more condensed focus on hitting good stats, and then you pick like the most meta skills. Team trials, you just cram in as many skills as you can while hitting a high speed stat and the minimum stamina with like 600 plus wit, 700 plus wit. That's all of the difference really is. You just pick all the easy to proc stuff versus meta race winning stuff. But yeah, I think that's like everything. I don't think I can really cover much more. So hopefully that helped. That was a lot. Hopefully that stuck for the most part. Not a problem, Jack. Anytime that I can help somebody retain, especially with how far that retention line has been creeping up, it's good. Especially after Kitas on Black came out. Oh my goodness, this retention line's been moving, man. Yes, so this is going to be a VOD, so you guys can revisit this at any time to look at what I was explaining. So still stuck at 5.5. Well, hopefully this lecture can get you out of 5.5. I think really the biggest issue is not taking power cards and just going speed wit for the most part, and like having good enough parents to have enough stamina and power sparks realistically. I feel like that's the biggest thing. I feel like I see too many power cards that aren't right shower power at long, and I see power cards in like medium and mile and such, where instead they could run another wit card and do more races while hitting the same stat line. Yeah, I think that's the main issue. I'll have to do a stream maybe Tuesday where I do TT runs with double PAL. I still don't have a good double PAL playthrough. Any chance of doing runs to explain best turn optimization? So I think the hard part is the way that I build TT is probably not accessible to most people. That being like double PAL. I'd have to run a weaker deck and then see. I might do that Tuesday. I feel like I've streamed long enough for today. We're approaching the 6.5 hour mark, so I'll probably head off after this. But I'll take any questions and such for a little bit now. Yeah, I mean, it also depends on like how your run is going to, right? Like sometimes you just gotta door the run and hope for a high roll later, honestly. I don't know. So sometimes it can just be a little much. Where did my Spotify song overlay go? Disappeared. It died. Oh well, I'll fix that later. Do you take percent boost in stats into consideration? Like if something has 20% guts, take a guts card. So in general, if someone has 20% guts, they usually just lose viability in terms of a TT Uma. I think if they just don't have favorable, like for example, if they have stamina or guts growths, they kind of just lose position in the tier list. Because generally you want to be picking speed, wit growths, and power growths. The way that Unity Cup is set up, where Rico and Sparks are most of your stamina, the stamina growth hurts because unless you're building long and you have right shower power, you're generally not clicking stamina. Or anything related to stamina. Like you won't be clicking power, which overflows into stamina, right? So if they have stamina growth, it kind of hurts. Like a lot for team trials. If they have guts, I mean, obviously that hurts for team trials. There's no overflow from any of the cards that you'll be using. So that's kind of the only problem there. Thing about TT that escapes me is getting enough SP and getting the stats for the Uma. Yeah, so that's the reason why like higher race bonus is starting to take priority. Yeah, that is me in the bottom right, Jack. Like Coco recently switching to Tachyon instead of Daiwa for the extra 5% race bonus. I mean, the extra SP really does add up over time from hitting all the extra races plus all the goal races, and then on top of that, all the bonuses that you get from like secret events, from beating Zenith, from beating all the Unity Cup races, all of that gets race bonus. So the more race bonus you have, the more beneficial it is. I mean, generally it can equal at least one extra skill. No Rico date before June, December. So like I was talking about earlier, if you don't hit Rico's date before December, you lose out on sympathy, which is practically a free skill to proc. If you have it across your whole team, and then all the NPC Umas that are going to have sympathy, there's usually always one. So if your whole team has sympathy, you're basically guaranteed to hit it. And that's a free skill times 3. So if you're like, I wouldn't say it's the end of the world if you're just starting on rebuilding your TT team, but if you're really trying to min-max the whole thing, then yes, I would probably try and get a run where you hit Rico before New Year. You also get extra stat from that, like 20 stamina, 13 guts, I think. So pretty nice apart from it. I see. Yeah. Sympathy can be pretty nice. I think for medium and long, it's a lot nicer. So you get the extra 20 stat on top of it too. But I don't know if you mentioned it, but this might be good to mention for a traditional Whipmax deck. You do less races compared to double PAL. Yeah, so double PAL, I mean, you can run way more races because if you run low on energy, you just use a PAL recreation and you get stats from that. And it's generally just easier to run more races because then your high roll turns get multiplied by Rico or Tausena being on the training if you have a really strong deck too. So your later high rolls can be pretty insane. And then you run all those early races too. Yeah, the cost reduction is pretty big. But that's more exclusive to people that have the availability to do it. I think for the average player, you're still looking at around a 2-3 Rico deck. And then a 2-1-2 Rico once you get to long. Raise rating, yeah. That was the other thing that I had mentioned. Like, if you're like lower than 230k rating, or if you're like low A and you want to go up higher, probably be better to take less races and just go rating to get opponent bonus higher, since opponent bonus is so much of the score. And then once you think that you're starting to hit your ceiling, then you can go for more races. And then maybe you high roll and get something equal in rating. You would still use our Rico 3OB or borrow SSR. It depends on the situation. I mean, with our Rico, you still get It's On, and you can get ramp up from that. You do lose out on Rushing Gale though. That's kind of the only downside really of having our Rico versus SSR Rico. No, I mean, apart from like all the extra bonuses that she gets on her card stat. But I don't think it's like crazy. Yeah, the 10% T is like the only thing you lose on. I think there's more. So there's more value in the cards you could borrow versus SSR Rico. I would probably say. I don't know how, like, exactly how much value our Rico versus SSR Rico has. Versus borrowing like a super strong SSR Wit card or SSR Speed card. Top borrows, depending on the distance. So for sprint, the top borrow is probably going to be current wit every time. And then after that, it'll probably end up being like fine motion. Fine motion's probably the number one big borrow for most. Or Pico. Really either of those two. Kawakami's in that conversation too. I think those three cards are probably gonna be your top borrows. Nice Nature Wit can also fit in there too. Get that race bonus. But current wit really only exists in sprint. The rest of them are you could flex pick anywhere. I think current wit's just so strong that she should probably be your borrow for sprint. Otherwise, for every other distance, well, I guess Long's borrow is going to be Rice Shower, right? For cooldown Swinging Maestro. I mean, Rushing Gale is a good gold for TT. Is it important enough to sacrifice your borrow slot for a different card? Probably not. For King Halo, would you take Current or Nice Nature? Well, that's a tough question. I like Current more because Nice Nature's on your left, right? I feel like on your left is kind of weird. Versus Perfect Prep, which is like extra consistent, really cheap, versus on your left, which is expensive as hell if you don't get hints for it, and sometimes it'll just miss depending on where the random selection is, where it does the wit check. I think it's too expensive, and I feel like current wit's like just good enough to eliminate the extra 5% wit bonus. She also shows up a lot more because of her spec prio. That too. I like Nice Nature Wit for anything that isn't a pace chaser or sprint, because the race bonus for SP is really nice. So you'll probably see it pop up pretty often in the rest of my TT Umas, just because having extra RB is always good with the number of races that you're doing, for if you're me, for example. But if you're not doing like nearly as many races, Fine Motion would probably be better, because then you get more stat. That would be a good stat raiser. I have 1 LB Kawakami. When does she get good? 3 LB and higher. I mean, technically 1 LB is where she gets good, right? But until you get to 3 LB and 4 and MLB, she doesn't have initial friendship, and sometimes it just really hurts, especially because she doesn't have spec prio. So sometimes it can be a real pain, and you can get really unlucky with building your friendship up early with 0 initial friendship. That's kind of my only issue with Kawakami, because I have 1 LB of my own, but I don't really use her all that much, even though her gold skill's like one of the best that you could access for TT, right? I don't. So if you're like holding on to your ticket, I don't think Kawakami's all that good enough to warrant a ticket. I mean, I think it's only good for team trials, right? Not the rest of the game that's competitive. I feel like you'd be better off spending it somewhere else than on a team trials oriented card. Yeah, Kawakami Fine Motion banner will be nice for team trials players for sure. Yeah, I don't use Welfare Dober as much anymore because Nice Nature Wit just does so much work. But since it's a welfare card, the average player would probably benefit off of Dober, of course. Nice Nature Wit is definitely exclusivity. Well, guess I could change this. Change this back for later. Put it like right there. That looks good. That for now. Vodka mile late. I was thinking Knight's Nature Borrow and using Dober Wit myself. Do you recommend Fine Mo instead? I have SR cards, high LB, but both are late gold skills. So if you are going to use Nice Nature late, I would run probably both, but I likely wouldn't buy on your left. Dober's gold skill I would buy, but on your left is just so expensive for a kind of iffy gold skill. It's not as consistent as you would think because of its random phase. If it was just a normal phase check and it just activated at the start of late race, it'd be okay. But because it randomly picks where to activate it, ugh, I don't know. Tried solo Wit Welfare Dober and it's a pain in the ass to push Wit plus 700. Yeah. I mean, I think I've done it before and it's just not fun. A 35 spec prio card being your only source, and especially it just being outright weaker than, say, Nice Nature Wit as your solo Wit card or Fine Motion Wit for your Wit card, it's tough. Are you willing to directly comment on a team plan? I made a reply on X with mine. I can take a look at it. All right, I think we've passed the 6.5 hour mark and I'm ready to go get some food or something. So for anyone that is reaching the bod and anyone here, hopefully that lecture taught you something at least for team trials, and you can apply that to reaching retention up until we hit Mant. Mant will change a lot, so I might have to I'm gonna have to learn that scenario and then hopefully I can discuss, but of course I'll probably be streaming then, so you guys can learn with me. So yeah, Mant will be great for team trials, so I'm looking forward to it, but of course my knowledge on Mant is very, very weak comparatively, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I'll go ahead and head out for now. You guys can probably expect a stream on Tuesday, since I don't work on Tuesday, and then we'll probably just go back into CM UMAs at the beginning, and then I could probably do team trials building and showcase a I could probably showcase a double PAL playthrough first, and then I can do a normal like average deck playthrough, so you guys can see where my decision making for that is. But yeah, I think that's a good place to end off. I'll try and see if I can make like a separate video relatively quickly, maybe on Tuesday or something, but in general this stream should cover practically everything. I might just have to chop up bits or something, but yeah, okay, I'll go ahead and log off for now. I'll see you guys Tuesday most likely, and then we'll try and crush out a little bit more like of the decision making side back then, since I know people want to figure that out for extra races and such. So all right, I'll see you guys later. You guys all have a good night, good day, wherever you are, and I appreciate you stopping by. So Bye bye, guys.